A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does, that new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line, bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs. Sure, what can I do for you, little girl?
It's about that new soap, Does.
Yes?
Well, my mother heard you say does everything in the wash.
That's right.
And when you say everything, you mean everything, don't you?
Why, sure. This new kind of granulated soap does all three kinds of wash. Heavy work shirts, grimy towels, to pretty rayon slips.
Well, my mother says she just doesn't see how this one soap can get towels white and still be safe for rayons, too, like you say.
Oh, she said that, did she?
Yep. She said it's ridiculous. Well, anyway, she doesn't see how Does can do so much.
Well, she will if she tries, Does. You see, it's Procter & Gamble's new soap Discovery.
Gee.
Now, look, I've got a little plan. How about you taking home a box of Does?
Oh, that's a good idea.
And just ask your mother to try it.
For everything?
Sure, for all three kinds of wash. First, she'll discover Does is lots safer for her rayons and fussy-colored washables. In fact, with Does, their colors stay bright far longer than with any of the four other leading granulated soaps.
Oh.
And your mother knows that's important in wartime, because now she wants such clothes to last longer. And then next, you notice when your mother washes your father's overalls in Does, she won't do any hard scrubbing, because no soap made gets clothes clean easier than Does.
She'll like that.
And third, wait till your mother sees how wonderfully white Does gets her sheets and towels.
Oh, she's always complaining about her towels.
Well, she won't complain when she sees how dazzling white Does does them. Why, she's never seen whiter washes than Does gives her.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Does. I mean, Mr. Collier. I'll take home some Does right now.
Fine. Just look for those letters D-U-Z. And don't forget, Does does everything in the wash. And now, the Goldbergs. There was a bargain made between Sammy Goldberg and his friend Mikey. The object of the bargain, Emma, wasn't consulted. Mikey kept his part and made up with Rosie. Told her that he'd only pretended to like Emma, and tenderly they realized how much they meant to each other. But as for Sammy and Emma, Sammy's part of the bargain was to ask Emma to leave. For it is Emma's presence, dogging Sammy's imagination, haunting his senses, drugging his will, which has caused all the trouble at the Goldbergs. This strange girl with her indifferent air, her curious smile, and her odd attractiveness has won her way into the heart of the family and into Sammy's feelings. As Mikey says, Emma is poison, and Sammy has to get her out of the way if he ever wants to realize whether he loves her or not. And so, the boys talk.
Yes. All right, Uncle David. Yes, all right. Mikey, will you please go upstairs and tell Uncle David that you and Rosie...
He knows it. Rosie told him.
Tell him again.
Listen, you can't blame him for feeling the way he does.
No, that isn't what he wants to talk about.
Well, what does he want to talk about?
He wants you to stay right here by my side until Emma comes home from the movies. He doesn't want you to leave me for a minute. He wants you to be right here when I tell Emma to leave.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
Thanks for that much, anyway.
Don't you want her to go? You said you wanted her to be free so you could think for yourself without Emma around. You changing your mind? Well, maybe Uncle David is right. Maybe I should be right here when you tell her. Or maybe I ought to tell her for you, huh?
It's nice to feel so sure of yourself, Mikey, isn't it? Gives you a lot of confidence. I envy you. Yeah. Now I can see why you always came out on top when we were kids. You never got ruffled. You knew where you were going and what you were doing. You always knew. If you saw a fire engine coming down the street, you didn't rush across the street to get the ball. You waited. When it was safe, you crossed the street.
But I never let you rush across the street either, Sammy, remember? I held you back. Look, is there anything wrong in having a little common sense? That's all I'm asking you to do here, Sammy. Stay on the curb.
You'll tell me when to cross. Wait for the green light.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Oh, no. I'm not made that way, Mikey. When I feel something, when I get the idea running in my mind, when I want something badly because my whole life is filled with it, I can't sit back and think and figure out. I got to jump ahead and try it. If it's no good, well, that's too bad for me. And if it is, well, then I have what I want when it's got most to offer. When it's all worked over and not worth anything.
Sammy, if people lived only for an hour, your way would be right. Okay, right. But people don't. Emma is fine. There wasn't going to be a future. Emma is a fine present. But she's a rotten future and a terrible past to have around your neck. Oh, here they come.
Go upstairs.
I'm going. Don't worry.
All right, darling. Put it on the bottom, dear. Emma, come down. Yes, come here. Oh, Sandy, you know. Where's everybody? Where's Mikey? Where's David?
They were tired.
Oh, this is a wonderful picture. Put on another light. Why so gloomy-eyed? Put another light on that. I'll hang you, Emma. Give me your coat, dear, yes? That's all right. Give me, darling. I'm going to hang myself up anyway. Give me, dear. Thank you. Emma, tell Sam about a wonderful picture we saw.
Emma, I have to see you. Wait for me.
For the first time, I enjoyed the picture more than previous. And I could see it over twice.
What's the matter, Sam?
I have to speak to you,
It's
Emma.
wonderful. Papa's having trouble. Go out, Emma, dear. Maybe Papa's having trouble backing himself in the barn, dear.
Okay.
Go, darling, dear. Always with the door. The door twists backwards with all the trouble. Oh, that's a wonderful picture. A very good picture. I don't know. I like a picture when it shows you. I mean, when you learn something. Emma, what did you learn from that picture, Emma, huh? Well, should I tell you what I learned? Oh, they're having trouble with the car? No. Nevertheless, no. Emma, you want to hear what I learned? Wait, gotta take off these shoes. You want to hear what I learned? I learned, Emma, that misunderstanding can ruin a life, and it can ruin a nation and a world and a globe. One little misunderstanding, like, how shall I say, like a spider web. One little word, one little meaning. Oh, they got in. Do you like Mikey, Emma?
Mikey?
Mikey.
Well, no matter who I liked, if it didn't make you happy, I wouldn't let them into my heart. Mikey belongs to Rosie because she loves him. But did you ever see me with Mikey? Did you ever see me talk to him?
When the priorities are over, we have to build a garage.
Always trouble with the barn door, Jack.
Are you running, Samala? Let's have a snack together before expiring.
What kind of a snack?
I think I'll go up if you don't mind.
You're tired, Samala?
Yeah.
Wait, we all go together up, Samala.
Wait, darling. Wait, sit a minute.
Want me to fix something?
Don't bother, Emma.
A little warm milk, huh, Emma, dear?
Just shake the bottle before you warm Mr. Goldberg.
I know. Do you want something, Sammy?
Just a glass of milk, please.
Did you ask Emma, Molly?
Yes.
Ask Emma what?
Pop and me decided once and for all to ask Emma about Mikey.
What did you ask her?
What was in our minds to ask you?
It was in our minds to ask her. It's nothing, Samly, darling. It's nothing. You don't have to look so...
why do you have to keep...
Nothing, Samly. Shh.
What did Emma say when you asked her?
I brought some cookies.
Just a move, thank you, Emma. I'll take mine upstairs.
Here, Sammy.
You're not swallowing a glass, Molly?
No.
Then come on.
All right. I'll go up, so I want to change the pillow slips. Coming up, Samly?
Well, just as soon as I'm finished.
Oh, all right. Good night. Night, Emma, dear. Night, Samly.
Night.
When you're finished, you'll see all the lights should be out. Samly, yes? And the door?
Yeah, okay.
The back door, Sammy. Forget not.
Forget not the back door.
Okay.
Sammy,
Emma.
can't we go for a walk?
No, wait. No.
Sammy.
No, please, Emma. Listen,
Yes?
If you left here, where would you go?
We wouldn't have to do that, Sammy. Your mother likes me. We don't have to go away from here. All you have to do is to tell her.
No, that's just it, Emma.
If you don't want to, Sammy, then we won't. Nobody's watching us. They're watching me and Mikey. We could go off together and nobody will.
Emma.
What's wrong with you, Sammy?
Emma, maybe it would be for very long. Maybe it would be forever.
What are you talking about, Sammy? Why do we have to talk about it now? Why?
Emma, listen. No, Emma. Do you think you can leave tomorrow? You have to go, Emma. With you here, I can't make up my mind.
About what?
About us.
About what?
Well, I have to know. I have to be sure. You wouldn't want me to marry you if I weren't absolutely sure.
I'm sure.
That's not enough.
That's enough for me.
Emma.
I'm not going.
I want you to go, Emma.
It's not you, it's Mikey. He wants me to leave. It's Mikey, it's not you.
It's me.
I'm not going.
But it'll be just for a little while.
Oh, I'm not going.
You must go, Emma.
Oh, no. We've been too much to each other. It's too late. You can't talk to me what your mind thinks when everything else has told me what you feel. No, all those doubts and all those words aren't yours. They're Mikey's.
Emma.
Tell Mikey that I'm not going.
Miserable, upset, but determined to go through with his promise to Mikey, Sammy doesn't know how to meet Emma's obstinacy. But as she stands there, her eyes reflect the intention she has, never to leave until she has what she wants. And what does she want? Don't look now, but are you still using a halfway soap for your dishes? You are if it's a tough granulated soap because it's short on kindness to your hands. Or if you use a bar soap, it holds back on speed. Well, if you've been struggling with such halfway soaps, then here's welcome news. New Duz is here to bring you a new idea in dishwashing. Yes, Duz is that wonderful new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And it really has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. That's where Duz is so different from any of the 4 other leading granulated soaps. It's so much kinder to your hands. Just notice how wonderfully smooth and soft your hands feel after doing dishes with Duz. Yet no soap made gets dishes clean faster than Duz. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Why, you can tell by the suds how new and different Duz is. Try it today. Duz has everything for dishes. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Tomorrow, Emma's departure comes up again, but not before she does something to stop it. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Duz, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, The Coffin. Early afternoon. The quiet, restful reception room of a casket company. The street door opens and two hard-eyed men enter. From a glass-enclosed inner office, another man emerges and...
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi. You the boss here?
Well, I'm the sales manager. Cook is my name.
Cook?
That's a hot name for a coffin salesman, Andy.
Ain't it, Foot?
Yes, so I'm often told.
We want to see some samples of your product. I want to buy a coffin.
You are a mortician, of course?
A what?
He means undertaker, boy.
No, Cookie. I'm no undertaker.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but we sell only to the trade.
You mean a guy's got to be an undertaker in order to buy one of your plush-line boxes?
That's our rule.
Rules are made to be busted, mister. I want a coffin. I got the dough to pay for it. So show me one of your fanciest models. I want the guy I'm buying it for to have the best. After he's dead.
Yeah, when the guy kicks off, boys, you'll all get that.
You said it, Foots.
You want a casket for somebody who isn't yet dead?
He isn't even sick yet.
I don't understand.
You don't have to. Just show us your boss.
Yes, but...
First, I'll give you the name and address of the guy you're to send it to. He's Nick Maddock.
Yeah, Nick Maddock?
And he lives in the Manor Hall apartment.
Nick Maddock is the notorious gang leader.
Of course.
This judge believes what he reads in the newspapers.
Yeah, it seems that way, Mike. Look, don't fall for that cheap publicity stuff, Cookie.
Yeah, he has no professional standing. They're like the boss here, for instance. Our boss is the real good. He's Andy Grallo. You're Andrew Grallo?
Uh-huh. Guess you didn't recognize me from my pictures in the papers.
Now,
Cookie, let's see your coffins. We're in kind of a hurry. You see, this punk Nick Maddock just might be a morgue case. Tonight.
Now, Miss Williams, this coffin salesman Cook knew Andy Grallo's reputation, so he took little Andy in his hood back into the display room and let him pick out a silver-plated slumber box, which Andy paid for, cash on the line. And as soon as the mobsters were gone, Cook phoned the nearest precinct station and was sent here to headquarters, where I heard his story in person.
And it's a front-page story, Captain Logan.
Yeah, which this lug is probably given to all the papers in.
I haven't given it to any paper, Casey, including yours.
Including ours?
What I've just told you to is off the record for the time being.
Oh, Captain.
Oh, now look here.
Off the record, I said. I'm not going to have any press break on this until I'm sure what it's all about.
Well, it's easy enough to figure what it's all about. There's been a long-standing feud between Andy Grallo and Nick Maddock, and now it's come to a head, and Grallo's planning to remove Maddock.
No, it isn't that easy to figure, Miss Williams.
No, I'll say it isn't. Little Andy is one of the smartest crooks I know of. When he pulls such a grandstand play as the one at that coffin shop, he's planning anything but the obvious. Well, Logan, what did you do when you heard the story, huh?
I had to do the obvious for my own protection.
So you ordered your cops to make a roundup of Andy and his mob.
Sure. And so far, we've pulled in every known member of the gang except Andy and the gorilla who went with him to that casket sales room.
You got Maddox protected, of course.
As much as I can protect his type. I've got cops spotted around his apartment house. He won't let him inside the apartment itself.
He knows about Andy Grallo ordering a coffin for him.
I told him myself. I had to, again, for my own protection. And did Nick Maddock do a burn-up, which gave me another worry. He's undoubtedly sent guys out to gun for Andy, and if we don't find that middle rat first...
Yeah, a war is now definitely on between the Maddock gang and the Grallo gang.
Which means you won't be able to keep this coffin story off the record very long, Captain Logan.
I'm afraid you're right, Miss Williams. Not until shooting actually starts. I'm not going to further Andy Grallo's plans, whatever they are, by allowing publicity for a yard he must have wanted to hit the papers. I could only dope out for the little rats.
Is Nick Maddox staying inside his apartment?
Yes, he's too yellow to want to leave it while Andy's still in the loose. He's safely locked in with half a dozen of his muscle men and that gal friend of his, Inez Pally.
Well, she'll be his best protector. That Inez is really tough.
But attractive, though, Annie. A pulchritudinous bundle of feminine charm.
Oh.
Well, if you ask me... excuse me. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking. Yes, Maddox. No, we haven't found Grollo yet. Now, we picked up everybody but him at Foots Larkin. That's right. Larkin was with him at that casket place. But don't worry, we'll get him soon. Yeah, I can tell you're not worried. Well, sit tight. Goodbye.
Maddox worried, huh?
Plenty. And he's glad to have us cops around him when his hide's in danger. He says if we... Come in.
We've got Andy Grollo and the last of his guerrillas, Captain.
You have?
Yeah. They just walked into the front desk here, sir. Said they heard they were wanted.
So they just walked in. Bring him here to me.
Yes, sir.
That's that, Logan.
Well, your worries are over for a while.
I'm not so sure of that. I don't like any part of this business. Well, at least Maddox won't become a morgue case tonight, as Grollo hinted to that coffin salesman. Grollo and his hoods are going to be guests here for some time.
Inside, you fellas.
Thank you, Sergeant. Good evening, Captain.
Hello, Grollo.
Well. Miss Williams, my old pal Casey.
My buddy,
You folks know Foots Larkin? He's a business associate.
Cut the comedy, Grollo. What was the big idea of that coffin gag you pulled this afternoon?
What? You heard about that little joke of mine, Captain?
It was a joke, huh?
Well, what else could you think it was? I had no idea that news got around so fast. Did you, Foots?
No, Andy. Gee, I hope our pal Nick Maddox ain't heard about it. So the joke will be ruined if he...
Your act isn't funny, and I'm not laughing. Sergeant, we'll take these jokers into the boiler room where they can do their stuff under spotlights. Maybe we can improve their brand of humor.
All right, come on.
Now, look here, Captain. You
Get
come on.
going. I'll see you later, Miss Williams. Casey?
Yeah. Well, Annie, let's be on our way.
May as well go back to the office.
We're calling on Nick Maddox.
Maddox?
Yep, right now. I have a hunch that little Andy's joke has been too well planned to miss.
Well, what's the point of the joke?
Come on. At Nick Maddox's apartment, we may find the points.
Grollo said that coffin thing was just a gag. That case...
No, that's your story, Nick.
Very funny. And it's just a big laugh, don't it, Inez?
I've been busting my sides ever since I heard about it, honey.
Well, the laugh's on Andy Grollo right now, Mr. Maddox. He and his men are having a session with the cops that'll last all night at least.
He was smart in giving himself up to the cops, Miss Williams. If I or my guys had come across him, it'd been just too bad.
That means the little Andy would have got his teeth knocked out. Nothing more.
Sure, Inez. We know that law-abiding guys like Nick don't go in for extreme forms of violence.
Miss Williams, how about you in case you're having a drink or two on us? If them bodyguards of Nick's haven't drunk it all up.
No thanks, Miss Sally, but I'd like to stick around here for a while and ask you and Mr. Maddox some questions.
Questions?
Oh, well, nothing too personal, just something I can use if the paper runs a story about this thing.
Why should have run any story? Grollo's coffin gag is washed up before it got going.
Well, in the newspaper racket, we try to prepare for possible emergencies, Nick. Same as you do in your business. Now, how about letting me shoot some pictures of you while Miss Williams asks her question?
I don't want any publicity.
A guy in your spot gets it whether he wants it or not, honey. So be nice to these folks, and maybe they'll be nice to you.
Sure. We like to give the kind of treatment we get.
Well, okay. But take some decent pictures of me, Casey. The ones I see in the papers always make me look like a big fat mug.
Oh, well, I'll try to show you as you really are, Nick. You'll reveal the genuine you.
What do you mean by that?
He'll snap you at your best, Nick, if you'll help him. And you're a long way from your best with that crummy necktie on.
Crummy necktie? This ribbon cost me $40.
It ain't becoming to you, honey.
Oh, Nick's tie is, well...
It ain't either, Casey. What do you think, Miss Williams? Them big yellow flowers are loud, ain't they?
Well, they are a little noisy.
You're no class. Go back to your bedroom, Nick, and change to the one with the hand-painted bluebirds on it. That's a refined tie. Come on, I'll go with you and see that you do it right.
Okay.
You and Casey come along, Miss Williams. You can ask some of them questions while Nick is changing.
All right.
This is all jerky. Putting on another tie.
The one with the bluebirds, honey, and fix it in front of the mirror, not just by the sense of feel. I'm standing right here at the door to watch you to do it correct.
You dames, give me a pay.
Gotta be managed one way or another, Miss Winters.
All right, you are.
Don't give this gal ideas, Inez.
She'd have the same ideas if she'd been brought up the way I was.
Where were you brought up, Miss Tally? That's one of the questions I wanted to ask you.
In a dirty, lousy mill town. My old man was a mill worker, weaver. We were so poor us kids were put to work as soon as our fingers were big enough to pluck at a loom. You see, I'm not one of those gals that tries to kid the folks that I come from a fine old town. Hey, that shot!
He's got Nick. He's fallen.
He was shot from our window.
Keep away from that window, Inez. Whoever shot Nick may drill you.
Here.
Inez!
And then don't you go to that window, Casey.
Let me go.
No. I see the gunman, Casey. He's getting away over the roof.
Get out of the way. Let me look. It's too late.
Gone, but there's the rope ladder he used.
I see that.
What's happened here?
Hey, the boss.
Well, bodyguard you must turned out to be. The guy that shot Nick is on the roof. Get up there, Ollie, and head him off.
All right, come on, you guys. Let's go.
Casey, is Nick dead?
I'm afraid, Inez, that Nick is ready for little Andy's coffin.
Killed my Nick Captain. Why ain't he been found?
Now, please, take it easy, Miss Sally. You know the roof of this apartment house connects with those of 3 other buildings at about the same level. The killer could have made his escape through any of those buildings.
Find out where he went, so ask him. I hate to ask the cops for anything, but I want the rat that shot my Nick. I want him to burn.
My men are after him, and eventually they'll find him. If you'll calm down and help us. You say you saw the killer.
What I saw can't be any help. It was only his feet and legs on that rope ladder up above me, and then he disappeared.
Casey, you didn't see even the guy's feet and legs.
No, Logan. He was completely out of sight by the time I had to look out that window.
You gotta find him, Captain. You got
Now, Miss Sally, suppose you go into another room and lie down. In your present frame of mind, you're only hindering my investigation.
I guess you're right. Can I go to my own apartment?
Your own apartment?
3 floors down. Nick didn't like to have me around this place all the time.
Go ahead. You go with her, Miss Williams.
Okay, Captain. Come on, Inez.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Send a man downstairs with those girls and have him stand watch outside Miss Sally's apartment. I don't want her to leave it.
Okay, Captain.
You don't suspect Inez of this murder, Logan.
Now, from what you told me, she couldn't be a suspect. I'm afraid she might get a crazy notion to go after the killer on her own. So I'll keep her under wraps tonight in case.
Oh?
Casey, I want you to show me exactly where you, Inez, and Miss Williams stood when that shot was fired.
Well, we were just outside this bedroom door, Logan. Ann was here. I was back a little farther, about here. And Inez was directly in the doorway, leaning against that side of it.
But you couldn't see the window where the shot was fired?
No, Oh, nuts.
What?
I just stepped on something. The thumbtack. Wait a minute, I'll dig it out of my shoe.
Oh, one of those things is on the floor. It's always pointed.
That's right.
Well, chances are you couldn't see anything worthwhile if that window had been in your line of vision. It's covered with those drapes, and the killer shot through the drapes.
Yeah.
You know, not many guys would have the guts or the ability to shag themselves up and down that flimsy rope ladder 8 stories above the street.
No. Our killer was a crack shot, too, Logan. Hanging onto that ladder, he planted a single shot in Maddox's back at just the right spot.
Captain Logan.
Yes, Sergeant?
Bernstein here just found a gun on the ground below that window.
Let's see it, Bernstein.
Here, Captain. Miller dusted it for fingerprints right away, but they weren't.
That's always nice.
That's a .45, Logan.
With one exploded shell in the cylinder. That's the murder gun, all right.
The killer must have dropped it accidentally, Captain. Fell in a straight line from that window and landed in soft dirt. Oh, I found something else.
What?
This length of fishing line.
Fishing line?
Yes, it was snagged on the bush not far from the gun. There may be no connection, but I think there is.
Go on.
Now, this line's in 2 pieces, joined together in a sheet bend knot.
What kind of knot?
A sheet bend, sir. I was in the Navy, you know that kind of stuff. Also, it occurs to me this killer's been a sailor, too, on account of how he could use a rope ladder so good. And the sheet bend is a sailor's knot.
There is a connection.
Logan, the killer may have used this fishing line to hang the gun from around his neck while he used both hands to come down the ladder. That way he wouldn't have to dig into a pocket for it.
Yeah. And going up the ladder in a big hurry, he could have snagged the line and torn it loose. Take it to the lab, Bernstein, and tell the profs to get busy on it.
Yes, sir.
If neither line nor gun can be traced, we've still got a small lead, Casey. Maddox's killer must have been a sailor.
Whatever he's been, he was only a hired hand tonight. The guy who hired him is little Andy Grollo.
Sure. And what a sweet alibi he and all his mob have got. When Nick Maddox got the works, every one of them was being held in headquarters.
Captain Logan still ain't got nowheres on Nick Maddox's murder, huh, Casey?
Nope, nowhere at all, Ethelbert.
Gee, and it happened almost 2 weeks ago. I thought with all the swell clues the cops had, it'd be solved in a couple of days.
What swell clues did the cops have?
Well, to begin with, they knew Andy Grollo must have planned it and hired the actual killer.
You've got to do more than know a thing when you charge a man with murder, Ethelbert. The law demands proof. That's why his attorneys were able to spring him out of jail only a few days after Maddox's funeral.
How about that fish line, the gun, and the rope ladder?
Well, they haven't been traced to the person who used them. Maybe they never will be.
And millions of men have been sailors. And finding the sailor who used that rope ladder and who tied the knot in that fishing line, well, looking for a needle in that old haystack is easy by comparison.
I never thought too much of that sailor idea, Miss Williams. You know, when I tie a couple of pieces of string together, I loop what you call a sheet bend as a matter of habit.
But you?
Mm-hmm.
You've never been a sailor, Ethelbert.
Me, a sailor? Oh, goodness, no.
Well, then...
But my old lady used to do fancy work on a loom when I was a kid. She taught me how to weave, too. And what sailors call a sheet bend is exactly the same as a weaver's knot.
Wait a minute, a weaver's knot?
Uh-huh.
Well, why didn't you tell me that before?
Did you ask me?
Annie, come on. Let's get over to the office.
Huh?
I want a good look at the pictures I took in Maddox's bedroom right after he was shot. Annie, look here. In this picture, I pulled the drapes back from that casement in order to show the dangling rope ladder outside.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, only one side of the casement was open. You see the angle of the opening?
Angle? No.
Now, look. A gun clamped to the open side of that window would point directly at anyone standing in front of the mirror, as Maddox stood when he was shot.
Casey.
And a strong cord could have been looped around the trigger, then passed around the butt of the gun, and then further passed along the wall of the room behind the bed, and fastened to a thumbtack in the wall near where Inez stood.
Well, you think Inez?
Inez was taught to tie a weaver's knot when she was a kid, don't forget. It became part of her job to tie them. It's the kind of a knot she instinctively uses. And if you remember, Annie, I stepped on a thumbtack just inside that doorway.
But she couldn't have set off a gun trap while we stood within a few feet of her.
Why not? All she had to do was pull on a fishing line that we didn't even know existed. And the purpose of the whole setup was that somebody should be with her to alibi her.
Well, she did persuade Maddox to go into the bedroom and to fix his tie before that mirror.
Yeah, and after the shooting, she made a beeline for that window. Before I got there, she had time to loosen the spring clamp and stuff it inside her dress. Well, naturally, the gun fell, carrying the fish line with it. And the line, only looped around the trigger, naturally, would fall free of it.
Well, but Casey, that rope ladder...
It was never used. It was hung from the roof simply as a red herring.
Oh.
You see, there had to be believable evidence that Maddox was shot from outside.
Well, I don't believe that Inez Talley has the brains to have planned such a setup.
Oh, you underestimate that, gal. But I think the plan was mostly Andy Grollo's.
Grollo's?
That coffin gag, Annie. It wasn't pure coincidence that he got himself and his entire mob a perfect alibi on the night Maddox was killed. Oh, no. We never kidded ourselves about that. But instead of hiring a killer, as we thought, someone who wasn't a regular member of his gang, he had an inside track on Maddox's girlfriend.
And she double-crossed Maddox because Grollo has more money, more brains, and better look.
Or maybe simply because she didn't like Nick's taste in neckties. I don't know. Female motives are anybody's guess.
Huh. Well, how are you going to prove your pretty theory?
Annie, Inez may have something in her apartment that'll tie her up with Andy Grollo.
And, of course, you prefer to search her apartment without police assistance.
Well, remember, Annie, exclusives earn bonuses for poor newspaper stiffs like us, and Christmas isn't too far away.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've been in Inez's apartment, and the locks on her door should be easy for an accomplished housebreaker like yourself.
Shall we, Miss Williams?
Tonight, Mr. Casey?
was a cinch, Annie. No trouble at all.
Close the door quick and relock it.
All set.
Okay. Now, where we begin?
In her bedroom. Look for a clamp that might have held that gun, and for anything that may connect Inez with Andy Grollo.
Okay, our bedroom's in here.
All right, we'll work it over together. Remember where the light switch is?
I think so. Yeah, I've got it.
Good evening, Miss Williams.
Andy Grollo.
And my old pal, Casey. Well, the surprise is on me as well as you.
Oh, well, that's nice to know.
I left myself in that front door right after Inez left. You see, I'd been casing her movements from the hall instead of down on the street due to, well, I wanted to search her place, too.
Yeah. I see you'd made a start before we interrupted. You find what you were looking for, Andy?
No, I didn't have time. Now, you two can help me.
We're always willing to help a man who has a gun pointed at us.
Oh, yes.
I thought you'd be.
What's here that you want, Andy?
Same thing you wanted. Special kind of clamp. You know, this Inez Talley's a smart girl. Before she'd do a certain little favor for me, she made me write a letter I wouldn't like the cops to see.
Yeah. I figured her as that kind of a businesswoman.
Yeah, but brainy girls are dangerous, like snoopy newspaper people. A guy like me's better off without 'em. So after you two help me find the things I want from Inez, the three of us will stick around until she comes home. I'll get rid of her at the same time I lose you for keeps. Right here in her apartment. You'll be blamed for killing her, she for killing you.
Stop that, Rod.
Inez.
You lousy double-crosser.
No, don't shoot.
Smart guy, Jandy. A fast thinker. Well, try to think your way out of this, you poor sap. I saw you watching my apartment from across the hall. You wouldn't have found what you wanted. I got them things put away in a safer place than this.
What?
But I've caught you and these newspaper stiffs robbing my apartment. I got a right to shoot all of you, and that's just what I'm going to do.
No,
don't reach for that gun.
Casey. We shot each other, Casey. Shot each other.
They certainly have, and good.
Oh.
These double-crossing playmates both need coffins now.
Say, Miss Williams, did the cops find what Andy Grollo was looking for in Inez's apartment?
Mm-hmm. In a safety deposit vault, she had a letter he'd written that would have incriminated him plenty in the Maddock murder.
Why did a smart guy like him let her have so much on him?
Well, he thought he was smarter than he was, apparently, Ethelbert. Andy met her very stiff terms because he was sure he could double-cross her, you see, and get everything back.
Well, what was her big motive in playing along with Andy Grollo? Love, money, revenge, or just...
No, we'll never know, really. And female motives are anybody's guess.
See, Miss Williams, you called me a skinker the other day. What's a skinker?
Yeah, Annie. You know, I looked it up, and the only definition I could find was a kind of lizard.
I'm no lizard.
Well, you didn't look far enough. In the big dictionary, you'll find it also means one who pours drinks.
Oh, so I am a skinker. But that sounds like...
Tonight's adventure was written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Stott Cotsworth played the part of Casey, Jan Miner was Anne, and John Gibson was Ethelbert. Next week, another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
561, starting mileage 103.51, 10,351.
Control 1 to 5624, 6:08 p.m. Detective Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. You're riding in a detective unit. Black sedan, radio buried in glove compartment. No identification as a police car. Driving, Sergeant Ron Perkins. We're all dressed in civilian clothes, sports suits, overcoats. This is Detective Unit 56. While you're with us tonight, remember the people...
Car 49 at 3106 and 1/2 Ocean View, 3106 and 1/2 Ocean View. Investigate at 447 in a 214. 56, will you roll and assist on this call?
56, roger.
447 and a 214. Now, we have a drunk giving somebody a bad time. But, as I was saying, while you're with us tonight, remember the people you meet are not actors. You're listening while it happens. Because this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch. The actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound is authentic. Wherever Detective Unit 56 is called, you follow as the official police recorder transcribes the investigations. Night Watch is presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We transfer you now to Detective Unit 56, operating somewhere in the field, and to Police Recorder Don Reed.
Overhanging trees on both sides. It's a small house on the back of the lot. It's very old, but well kept. It's a neat little garden. Some flower pots. Coming up to the screen door now.
Chuck, you and Pat go on inside, and I'll cover the back just in case.
Now, here's a young woman, tiny baby in her arms, with a little boy, apparently her son.
Pues dile que yo no sé qué serían los vecinos que porque tú verías escándalo feo.
She said she never called the police. This little fella here can do it better than I can.
They have an argument here?
Your
dad? Who? Dad and mother fighting?
No, they were just having an argument.
Dad and mother just having an argument.
Dile que quiere echarme para afuera porque le pedí dinero.
Was Dad hitting mother at all?
No.
No.
They just said to get out of here. He wanted to ask him to give him some money. Ask her to give him some money so we could buy some groceries. And well, he got mad about that. Gave him arguing.
Yeah. Did Dad hit you at all?
No.
How'd you get your right eye like that?
I've been crying.
What have you been crying for?
Because I said they were going to fight.
Mm-hmm. Dad didn't touch you at all?
No.
Where's your dad now?
I am the afuera. I don't know. He went outside. He ain't around no more.
Your dad been drinking?
Yeah.
Your dad has been drinking?
Yeah. 3 days.
3 days now?
No food from his food.
Did your dad hit you or anybody else in the family?
No.
How many boys in this house?
5.
5 boys?
Yeah. No, 4 boys and 1 girl.
4 boys and 1 girl, huh? How old is your youngest one?
I think he's around 3.
3? How old is he? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he should be. How old is the little girl?
1.
1. Hello, honey. How are you?
Down there? Yeah.
Where is he?
Come
on, you come with us. You'll be all right.
Perk?
Yeah.
Her husband must be around here somewhere.
Yeah, I just found him. He's in that little room off the garage there.
His wife wants him taken down to the station. She says she's afraid of it.
Hey, Chuck, he's in the room there. Matt's take him in and book him. I'm going on the air for a few minutes.
Let's go on in. Woodshed. Here we are. His husband sitting on a couple of boxes, feet propped up against the wall, with an empty whiskey bottle in his hand.
How are you? All right? What was the trouble about? Were you arguing and fighting with your wife?
I don't know nothing.
No, nothing?
No.
No trouble? Somebody called the police that you were fighting with your wife and...
Myself?
Yeah. Now, how much have you had to drink tonight?
Oh, no, Marshal.
What are you drinking, wine?
No.
Beer?
No, not beer.
Whiskey?
Whiskey.
How much? You drink a whole pint or pour it? How much? Half what?
Pint?
Half a pint? Not half a gallon?
No. Half pint.
Half pint.
What happened with you?
Somebody called the police, said you were beating up your wife.
My wife?
Let's see what else you got in here. How many children you have?
5.
5? 4 boys and 1 girl?
5.
5.
Four.
Woman neighbor, squeezing her way in here.
No, pues dices que me vaya, pues es lo que quiere. Pues es lo que dice ella, que yo ya la llame para que me vaya con ella.
Está bien, vamos. Yeah, what was it all about? Why were they arguing and fighting?
¿Por qué estabas peleando con él? Porque le pedí dinero.
Fighting so we can understand.
Because he said that he asked him for money.
He asked him for money.
Uh-huh.
And then he started to fight about that?
Yes, that's how the argument started.
And he had been drinking. Do you know what he was drinking? And how much?
Yo creo.
He hasn't been home since last Thursday? What have you been doing since last Thursday?
My business.
Your business? Well, we're going to make it our business. Disturbing the peace around here and giving your wife and 4 children trouble. Okay.
Officers Connor and Sarlo lifting up the suspect. Carry him out to the car.
Check out that address and advise Control 1 on any further information.
5610-4, and I'll be in a few minutes. Don, I've got to run over and check out an address. Why don't you go on in with the uniform car, and I'll meet you there in a few minutes. Okay. Let's get over to the uniform car. Prisoner is sitting in the back with an officer. We'll ride up front.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
I'm sorry.
Why do you get drunk? You have 4 good baby boys and 1 girl. Why do you get drunk and give your wife and your children such a difficult time?
I like it.
Well, don't you like your wife and your children?
I like your children. I like it.
Well, why do you drink? You give them such a terrible time when you get drunk.
You buy liquor and they don't have any food. Food?
No.
It's all right.
You spend all your money on liquor.
My wife and my children, nice.
Yes, your wife and children nice, so why do you drink?
Oh, I like to drink.
You like to drink?
Sure.
You drink too much, or?
No, not much.
Girl, you drink too much.
Hey.
Little bit, good, but too much, no good.
I feel you.
Clearing the runway for booking.
Back open.
Eat a banana and I come to say, you gotta make a banana.
Swinging into the station driveway.
You go to, we got a hotel here now.
Yeah. I'll stay there. Hold
He's been here before. Officers helping the suspect out. He can't navigate. He seems fairly happy to be our guest. Get him up the stairs here. Through the big iron door outside. Up to the booking desk, where the sergeant will take care of his reservation.
Leave your friend there. We gotta hurry up call.
What's up?
No trouble, caller. There's a gun mixed up in it somewhere.
Okay.
Section 43. We have a detective unit rolling code 2.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. And now it's back to Night Watch as we return you to Detective Unit 5-6, Somewhere in the Field, and your official police recorder, Don Reed.
Just a few more blocks and we'll be at the scene of this unknown trouble call. Just where the gun cart fits into.
On the unknown trouble call at 1612 View Park West. A shooting has just occurred at that location. Ambulance has been dispatched.
5-6, Roger. Well, that answers the question. A shooting. And it should be right here in the next block. Is that it? And right there. Yeah. Hold on. Radio unit already on the scene. Flashing the red lights there in the dark. Two uniformed officers hustling to the rear. It's a large house, old-fashioned, rambling. On the porch, a young woman lying face up. Claret flowing from wound, white blouse. Young girl in doorway, hands or face hysterical. Captain Lugo. Officer Cameron over the victim. Let's move in.
Now, do you have a blanket? Yeah. Kathy, you get a blanket, please. I called the doctor, Archie. Looks like she's shot right in the left shoulder there, doesn't it? She has a pretty good pulse, a good strong pulse. That's a good sign. You notice the perspiration on her forehead and her eyes there, and she's clammy. This wound seems to have taken an upward shot towards the part of the shoulder there. Fortunately, I believe it's gone upward by all outward appearances. But you never know after it hits a bone. It can deflect anywhere. Toward the heart or the lungs where it can do a lot of damage.
Perkins bringing up more blankets. Ambulance should be rolling in a matter of seconds.
Is this the husband here?
Man standing in door. See if he knows what happened.
From the start when you came here or when it happened. See, these children are adopted children. But I'm their uncle. She's their aunt. And we've been having family troubles for about 4 years. And tonight I said I was leaving. Wasn't an argument. I was mostly listening. Has she been well? Well, she's been emotionally upset for about 5 or 6 years and threatened many times. And the last time was about 2 weeks ago on a Saturday when I took away another pistol from her and took it down to the police station because I couldn't break it open. Was there anyone else besides you that saw her shoot herself? I didn't see her myself. I was standing here talking with my adopted daughter in the kitchen when she did it. No, just the girl and I were in the house and the daughter was out in the room. I sent him to bed after dinner.
Captain Lugo, Cameron, moving off to a screened sun porch.
I imagine that's what she did. What kind of weapon was your gun? It seems to be an automatic, possibly a .22 automatic. It's a very small caliber. Guns which, in a case like that, usually it will cause the bullets will deflect.
Things don't add up too well at the moment. Ambulance attendants wheeling in stretcher. Rush victim to the hospital. Perkins on porch, assisting. Santa Bob Conlon, skipper of the Detective Bureau, in on the investigation. Taking the niece of the victim aside. Young, pigtails. Face streaked with tears.
Did you see this happen tonight? Were you here at the time that this happened?
I was in the house.
You were in the house? What did you hear happen?
My uncle.
Ambulance taking off. Confusion out here. the extra helping hand.
Well, I want to ask you one thing, young lady. Were you in the house when you heard the shot? Did you hear the shot? And was your uncle with you inside the house?
Yes, he was.
And then you went outside with your uncle? And what position did you find your aunt in when you went outside?
Her head was on the pavement, and he made me go get a pillow. And he made me bring out a towel to wipe off the gun, because he said he didn't want anybody to think he did it.
He said then? Who wiped off the gun?
He did.
How old are you?
15.
15. What you were saying is the truth now. He was with you inside the house when the gun went off.
I'm not positive.
Now, young lady, stop and think about this. When you heard the shot, what did you do?
I ran.
And where did you go?
The front porch.
What did he say?
I said, what happened? He said she shot herself. And he said, bring me a towel so I can wipe off the fingerprints and nobody will think I did it.
So that's what he said. Did you hear her tonight say that she was going to kill herself?
I heard her tell my uncle. When he came in and he told me that she wouldn't do it. And he offered to get her the other gun tonight. He said, you want me to get you the gun? And I answered, sure, go ahead and get it.
Did he offer to get it for her? And did he get the gun for her?
No.
He didn't. And,
in the meantime, she shot herself with the other one.
In the meantime, do you think that do you know whether your aunt shot herself or did your uncle shoot her?
I don't think my uncle would do that.
Right now, the thought in everyone's mind. Why were the fingerprints wiped off that gun?
Well,
Bedroom door open.
You're pretty sure...
Sergeant Perkins on the phone.
Yeah, well, I just talked to the hospital, and they're going to need extra blood. They're going to need it in a hurry. I'll buy our order of Captain Lugo. Okay, have the LA unit meet me at Washington Adams, and I'll pick it up and run it to the hospital. Well, thanks a million. How's it going out there?
All right. There's some doubt about how those prints got wiped off the gun.
I'm going to meet that LA unit, pick up the extra blood, and I'll see you at the hospital.
Okay, I'll come down with Lieutenant Conlon.
Right, see you.
Uniformed officers have brought the husband into the front room. Lieutenant Conlon going to re-question him.
Where were you when the shot fired, and where was your daughter?
I was standing in front of that cup of coffee, and she was standing in front of the stove.
In the kitchen?
In the kitchen.
And what did you say to your daughter?
I know we were talking about her auntie. She was naturally upset.
About an LA story.
Her threatened to kill herself.
Hospital was doing something about that, I presume.
In fact, I wasn't in the house more than 20 seconds. I just brought my
Mom, I think we'll discontinue this.
Oh, we'll tell him we'll be right over there right now.
All right.
Captain Lugo motioning. Woman in critical condition.
Here, let's...
Got to get to the hospital and take a statement.
Go ahead, thank you. Don't rock it.
Talk to the husband on the way.
Right now.
Out to the radio car. Lieutenant Conlon will sit in back. And we'll ride up front with Captain Lugo.
Now, let's start where we left off at the house, where we were the interruptions down there. Now, you stated that you were in the kitchen talking to your daughter. There was a cup of coffee there. And you heard the shot fired.
Get going, readable, boys.
And when the shot was fired, what happened then?
I was immediately out the front porch. I saw this pistol laying about 3 feet away. I frankly thought she was trying to...
Now, 2136, you acknowledge, open your mic and leave your horn
It looked to me like a shot pistol. I thought it was a big bluff. So I picked it up, and then at that time I could see it was beginning to bleed, so I realized I'd done the wrong thing. It was really kind of scared me. But here I'm implicated in a murder. So I rushed right back in the house and rushed in to get that card we keep there with the police station number. I told her I'd bring that. I should also bring a towel and wipe off this gun. So while I was wiping it off, I was calling the police.
Why did you want to wipe off the gun?
I wiped it off.
Well, why did you wipe it off?
Oh, I was frankly frightened. You didn't stop to think that while I was in the house, I was clear. But if I was out there, my fingerprints. That's why I leveled with you. Well, that's what I want you to know. Tell me the truth. That's all I want to know.
The facts so clear. Okay, 1019. As far as the case is concerned, we have to handle it as if it is a homicide, we've got to handle it as such. And I'm hoping and praying that your wife don't die. But if she does, well, it'll have to be handled exactly like we would any other homicide. I'm going to lay it right on your lap, and you know the police department's position. Now, you know this, that what has been done in the past, you know exactly how your wife's reactions has been. You know whether she's hysterical, you know whether that she had bought this gun, this first gun that she was talking about. Now, this gun in question now, we are trying to determine where that gun came from.
I can't help you there.
You never saw this gun before until after this shot was fired tonight. That is exactly
Didn't know it existed.
Didn't know it existed. Do you know the caliber of that gun?
Well, I presume it's a 22 because it sounded like a cat pistol.
Arriving now at the hospital. Newspaper reporter buttonholing the captain.
I hear the sirens coming. That's the blood coming now.
Where's this blood coming from?
This is coming from over on Vermont Street in Los Angeles from the Red Cross Blood Bank.
And the LA unit is transporting here?
Yes, and our units have met the LA unit at Washington and Adams so that we can get it over here right away. Naturally, our units know where the hospital is, so that'll expedite things just a little faster. Anything we can do to help along the way to save this lady's life. See, Father McLaughlin is here. Has been called to assist her spiritually. Anytime he can help us all, why he seems to be around.
Detective unit rolling in with the extra blood for transfusions. Two mortars leading the way. Hustling it into the operating room. Patient in the receiving room on the left. Priest just coming out. Lieutenant Conlon going in through the door. Wife lying on table. Two nurses standing by. Leaning over victim.
All automatic. Did you hand that to her?
Whispering. We've got to ask that key question.
You and your husband were arguing on the front porch of your house, is that right? Can you say yes or no? Did you shoot yourself or did your husband shoot you? You did? Yes? Thank you.
Well, that clears up the police end of the case. From now on, someone else is in charge.
What you have just heard is real. Recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. We switch you now to headquarters in the office of the Chief of Police, W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation involving the man who was intoxicated in the presence of his family and was applying physical abuse, the arresting officers booked the suspect plain drunk in the interest of the security of his family. Referring now to the final case of the woman who shot herself in an attempt suicide. Sitting across my desk is the husband of the victim, the man who was interrogated by the investigating officers. I'll let him speak for himself.
Chief, I admit in the anxiety of the moment, I did things that possibly could point to circumstantial guilt. As you know, a police investigation not only exposes the guilty, but it protects the innocent, as in my case. Also, I'd like to thank the donators who gave blood to help save my wife's life. An emergency like this shows a necessity for everyone to continue donating to the blood bank.
Thank you. Well, this will close our police file, and although the woman's life was saved, The bullet entered her body, ricocheted, and lodged itself in her spine. Today, the young woman is confined to a wheelchair, and doctors say she will never walk again. She's paralyzed. Night watch is real, so we may as well face the facts squarely. There will be other people in the future who will contemplate such an act. We have shown you a heartbroken family. We have shown you the police officers risking their lives to get blood to the hospital for someone they have never seen before. If by presenting this picture we may prevent one tragedy in the future, then there is a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty on The Night Watch. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed. Night Watch is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock.
Any more speed out of this thing, Tommy?
Not without wings, boss. Are we shaking them cops?
They're not gaining on us. Take this corner case to get ideas about shooting.
Hold on. What now? Shall I head for the hideout?
Not yet. Just keep the wheel steady. Your arm okay?
It hurts where that bullet went in, but it ain't bleeding much.
Good. We're only a couple of blocks from our place, but the cops don't know that. I'm going to try and shoot one of their tires.
Go to it, boss. I ain't got no desire to get grabbed right now.
All right. Here goes. I got it, Tommy. I got it with the first shot. Take a look at the mirror. Look at that patrol car wobble.
Wow, that was close. All you had to do was get mad with this loot we're carrying, and they'd throw a library at us.
You're not kidding. Okay, slow down right here. We're out of trouble. We're lucky to get away, Tommy. But the next job we pull isn't going to have any risk attached to it. A lot of dough, no shooting. We don't even show our faces. How does that hit you?
Like a crossword puzzle. Unless... Hey, boss... We ain't going to work, are we?
No. We aren't going to do anything at all. Somebody else is going to do it, and our job is simply going to be sitting back and collecting $100,000.
$100,000 for doing nothing?
Yeah.
You feel all right, boss?
Sure. Hey, what's the idea of stepping on it, Tommy?
What's the idea? What do you think the idea is? If we're going to have to wait for $100,000, I want to get over to the hideout and start waiting as soon as possible.
Ellen, listen to this. It's from this morning's Herald. It says, J. Henry Wheeler, executor of the will of Donald Burke, retired shipbuilder who died last month, says that he is satisfied that one of the missing Burke sons, heir to the fortune left by the deceased, has returned.
Wait a minute, Vance. I don't get it. The lawyer is satisfied that one of the sons is returned. What does that mean?
It means that Burke had two boys, both of whom left home years ago and were never heard from again. As I understand it, the old man was kind of a tyrant. The kids couldn't take his abuse and ran away from home.
Mm-hmm.
Burke left all his money, about $250,000, to the boys in the event they returned.
How is anybody to know that the son who came back is Burke's son?
Well, Wheeler, the attorney, is apparently satisfied that the man who claims half the inheritance is the missing Fred Burke. The article in the paper goes on to say that he's been in China for 10 years and has no idea where his brother Ben is, but believes him dead.
That's all?
That's right.
That's all I wanted to know. The whole thing sounds rather dull, Vance. What you need is District Attorney Markham to call up with news of a murder. Said he'd call back, didn't he?
Yes, only that was about a will, not a murder. Whom would you like to find murdered?
The guy who wrote the newspaper piece.
Oh, really?
Now, Vance, please. Oh, don't go away. Hello.
Hello, Ellen. This is Markham. Vance there?
Oh, hello, D.A. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. Mr. Markham, Vance, here you are.
Thank you. Hello, Markham.
Vance, this call is in the nature of a disappointment, I'm afraid.
No murder?
No murder. A combination of circumstances that I don't like. Too much coincidence.
What is?
Have you been reading about the will of Donald Burke?
Well, you asked me to, and as a matter of fact, I've just been reading the story to Ellen. One of his sons has returned, I understand.
Yes, that's Fred. But Ben Burke has now made an appearance. Wheeler, the lawyer entrusted with the inheritance, just called me. He doesn't believe this Ben Burke is a legitimate brother at all.
Well, can't Fred identify him?
After 20 years, Vance?
Well...
Fred says he may or may not be his brother. The man who claims to be Ben knows all about the family and childhood of the Burkes, but then that's been in all the papers.
Yes.
Wheeler is afraid that if Ben is not the legitimate brother, he'll be turning over $100,000 to an imposter.
Well, no question about that. Well, thanks for calling, Markham. I'll look into this.
Good. I thought you'd want to. Bye, Vance.
Bye.
Going out, Vance?
Yes, I'll phone you later, Ellen. Anything to say to me?
Just this. Well, Vance?
Do that again, Ellen. On the desk this time. Goodbye.
Oh.
Look, let me tell you this, whoever you are. This business of you pretending to be my brother isn't going to work.
Can you prove I'm not your brother, Fred?
How can I?
That's all there is to it, then. What's the matter? You want the whole $250,000 that the old man left for yourself?
Maybe. Maybe I'm just sure you aren't Ben. And maybe I'm getting a little tired of this conversation. Suppose you get out of here.
Suppose I don't. His house is half mine. Will be in a couple of days, anyhow.
If you don't get out, I'll throw you out.
Get somebody to help you and make it an even fight.
I don't need any help.
Start something and you find out.
All right, I will.
Come on, you get out of here. All right.
Well, no wonder nobody heard me knock. I'm Philo Vance.
I wouldn't care if you were Dick Tracy. This is a private house and a private fight. Keep out of it.
Vance, I know you. I'm Fred Burke. This is the man who claims he's my brother.
Claims? Is he kidding?
Why, you're no more my brother than Vance here is. I'm going to call the police and have them throw you out of here and into jail.
20 years hasn't changed you, Fred. You're still a kid, a dumb, selfish, willful child.
Yeah?
Vance, listen, if you want to leave here, I'll go with you and tell you a couple of things on the way.
I wasn't thinking of leaving yet.
As a matter of fact, neither was I. This is my home. I'm staying here.
You're getting out of here. And if you don't, I will. In a couple of days, when I prove you're a phony, they'll throw you out of here.
Now, wait just a minute, Fred. If you're leaving, I'll go with you. You're the one I came to see.
Well, I'm leaving, all right. And if you're coming, come with me now. Well, I'm ready.
I'm with you, Fred. And Ben, or whoever you are, I'm making you a promise. I'll be seeing you.
Be seeing me, Willie.
Yeah?
Joe?
That's right.
Just want to give you a little report. Your idea is great so far.
Sure it is. This is the way I planned it. Nobody's going to know you aren't the real Ben Burke. What's with this phone call?
Just wanted to tell you that you'd better have some more answers ready. Philo Vance just left this house with my brother, Fred. Think he's going to go to work on me, Joe.
Oh, he is he?
Yeah.
Well, we'll take care of him.
Okay.
You better hop back here so we can make some plans. I've got 100,000 reasons for not wanting Philo Vance to investigate you.
Well, Joe, you got any ideas?
A couple. The afternoon paper gave me one.
What's in it?
Tell you in a minute. Right now I'm thinking about Vance. Let's see now. You're supposed to be the missing brother. Fred can't prove you're not, but maybe Vance can.
All I know is he don't know a thing about me. Nobody does. Been out of town for 15 years.
I know that. That's why I sent for you. Should be a pushover for you to claim you're the missing brother. Anything you want to know about the guy you're supposed to be was in the papers.
Nah, I read up on it. Well, what about the newspaper you're talking about? I want to give you an idea.
Oh, man. Look, here.
Boss, help me. Help me.
Tell me, what happened to you?
A guy bumped into me in a crowded movie. Knocked the bandage loose from my arm. You know, where I got shot. Help me, boss. I'm bleeding to death.
Get his coat off. We got to work fast. Okay, I'll help. Give me that shirt of his, will you? All right. I'll take this strip and tie it above the bullet hole. Now, stop whimpering, Tommy. We're stupid enough to get into a crowd. Be quiet so I can fix you up.
Tourniquet, Joe?
Sure, what else? It'll stop the bleeding.
Don't do it, boss. Don't do it. Don't put no tourniquet on my arm. It'll kill me.
Shut up. You know what a tourniquet is?
No.
That's what I thought.
Oh.
A couple more twists of this shirt stuff around your arm. The bleeding will stop. Hand me that coat hanger there, will you?
Okay. Here you are.
And just twist it around a couple of times. Hey, that hurts. That hurts, but it'll stop the bleeding. All right. Go on in the bathroom, get cleaned up.
Okay.
And get a rag and clean this blood from the rug.
Okay, boss. Anything you say.
That's what I like about this place. Always so nice and quiet. Now, let's see. Where were we?
We're trying to dream up a way to convince Vance that I'm really Ben Burke. Something about today's newspaper.
Yeah, that's right. Have you seen the afternoon papers?
No, what's in them?
Only one thing we care about. Yeah, take a look. The story here. The reporter says that old man Burke left some word as to how to identify the older son. That's who you're supposed to be. And whatever it is he left is in that lawyer's safe.
Wheeler's safe, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, how come the reporter knew about it?
He interviewed old man Burke just before he died. It's logical enough.
Yeah.
Friend, how much out of practice are you?
You want me to open Wheeler's safe?
That's right. We get a look at that paper, shut the safe, and Fred Burke's mouth at the same time.
Do you think this will work, Vance?
I don't know. When you're trying to anticipate human reactions, Markham, you're never sure. You can only try to lead people on to committing themselves. That's why I had that phony story planted in the newspapers. And that's why we're en route to Mr. Wheeler's office right now.
It's your theory that the man who pretends to be Ben Burke will try to get at Wheeler's safe and learn just what it is that will positively identify him.
Mm-hmm.
9th floor. Mr. Wheeler's office, 928. Watch your step.
Thank you.
And 928, he said.
Yes.
That's right here.
Yes, there's a light on in the office. Somebody's working late.
I hope that's what it is. Come on, Markham.
Right. Vance, look.
I see. It's Wheeler, the lawyer. Help me untie him, Markham.
I will. I'll take his gag off while you're working on the ropes. There, Mr. Wheeler. I'm District Attorney Markham. Tell us what happened. Mr. Wheeler. He doesn't answer, Vance.
Probably stunned. Apparently he was hit on the head by whoever it was that tied him up. But look over there by the safe. It's a man lying on his back and shot through the chest.
Yes.
Take a look at that fellow, Markham. Ever see him before?
No.
I have. It's the man who wanted to be known as Ben Burke.
Oh?
Apparently he came up here to rifle this safe, which is just what I figured he'd do if he were a phony.
Vance, I know what happened now. This man, whoever he is, came up here with a Confederate.
Yes.
He went to work on the safe. Wheeler came in, saw him, and shot him as he was bending over the safe.
Uh-huh.
This man's Confederate then hit Wheeler over the head and tied him up. Oh, look, Vance, Wheeler's moving. Mr. Wheeler? Mr. Wheeler?
My head.
Mr. Wheeler, this is District Attorney Markham, and I'm Philo Vance. Tell us what happened.
Came in office. Man at safe. Saw his back. Shot him. Got hit on head. That's all I remember.
You see, Vance, I was right. I told you exactly what happened, didn't I? This dead man isn't Ben Burke at all. He's an imposter. Our case is ended.
You told me what you thought happened, Markham. And apparently what Mr. Wheeler here says bears out your story. But actually it doesn't. Wheeler didn't kill this man. And because he didn't, our case is just beginning.
This is District Attorney Markham. The brotherly murder case concerns the killing of a man who pretended to be Ben Burke, one of two brothers who, after having been missing for 20 years, returns at the death of their father to claim an inheritance. Vance has planted a newspaper story which indicates that positive proof of the older brother's identity is in lawyer Wheeler's office safe. And it was in front of this safe that the alleged Ben Burke was found, shot. Vance has gone back to his office after stating he doesn't believe Wheeler has killed the man who claimed...
You see, Ellen, the lawyer couldn't possibly have shot the man. The lawyer's story was that he came in his office and saw a man standing over the safe. He saw only the man's back, and he fired. But the man we found had a bullet wound in his chest. There was no mark on his back.
In that case, what happened to Wheeler's bullet? Or did he just make up the whole story?
Wheeler missed when he shot. We found the bullet he fired in the wall of his office. Now, let's start with the knowledge that the dead man was not Ben Burke as he claimed. Who could have shot him?
First, let's find out who he was, then.
We know that already. He was an ex-safecracker, missing for years.
Oh.
His fingerprints were on file at headquarters.
In that case, I know the whole story.
Well, I hope it's more accurate than Markham's idea of what happened in that shooting.
You want to listen or you want to talk?
Go ahead.
Well, this ex-safecracker was brought out of hiding to open that safe. And as soon as he did the job, whoever hired him killed him. And whoever that was now has the proof of how Ben Burke can be identified. Simple?
That's very cute. Only two things wrong with it, Ellen.
What?
One, there was no proof in the safe. And two, whoever hired the man to pose as Ben Burke wouldn't kill him after hiring him.
In that case, either the lawyer or the legitimate brother Fred Burke killed him.
Well, what would you suggest we do about finding out?
I did my share. From now on, it's up to you. You take it from here, Vance.
This the room where you doctor up accident patients?
Yes. You'd better sit down, young man. We'll take care of that arm.
I ain't got no time to have no arm taken care of. Just fix it so it stops bleeding.
Of course we will. Now, please sit right where you are while I take a look at it now.
Okay.
There we are.
Hey, Doc, don't take off that bandage. I'll bleed to death.
Well, how did you get this wound?
I'll fix it up. Don't ask no questions.
But I've got to ask a few. We've got to report this to the police.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't want anything to do with no cops.
Huh?
They'll tie me up to that Ben Burke murder. Get your hands off me. Get them off.
Now, look, you've got to sit there until I can
I said let go. You should have let go. Now I got to get out of here and get a phony doctor to take care of me.
You're not going to leave here until I
Look at me. I only got one good arm, and I knocked this guy stiff.
Of course I want to help you, Vance, but how can I? I've told you 100 times that I don't know what my real brother Ben would look like. I knew what he looked like when he was 16, but, well, that's the last time I saw him.
The man who claimed to be your brother was found shot to death in the office of your father's lawyer. You know that.
Yes, the district attorney phoned and told me. I knew he wasn't my brother, and I know why he went up to Wheeler's office.
Yes?
He wanted to find out what identification my father left. Identification that was supposed to be in Wheeler's safe.
Weren't you interested?
Why should I be? My father left no identification. And even if he had, it wouldn't concern me. It was to the other person's advantage to find what was in that safe. Well, the newspapers plainly said the identification concerned Ben Burke.
Yes, I know. You realize, of course, that you're a suspect in this murder.
Me?
Yes.
Well, why would I kill this man? For what reason?
To avoid splitting the inheritance. As it is, the entire $250,000 goes to you.
The money goes to me anyhow. I knew it would go to me. I knew that man wasn't my brother, and eventually I would have been able to prove it.
Well, perhaps that's right.
Yes, I'm glad I was able to track you down.
Oh, hello, Markham. Come in, will you? You know Fred Burke.
Of course.
Hello.
Vance, we have a lead on the Ben Burke killing.
Have you, Markham? Tell me about it.
A fellow showed up at the Harrison Hospital a little while ago with a bullet wound in his arm. He broke away from the intern who was trying to treat him when the intern said he'd have to report the wound to the police.
How does that tie up to the murder case we're on?
As he was struggling with the intern, he said something about not wanting the police to get word about him because then he'd be tied up with the Ben Burke murder.
Oh, I see. Where is this young man now?
It was simple to track him. He got in a taxi parked in front of the hospital. We checked all the cabs and found out where he was taken. It's a shack down near the waterfront. I thought I'd report to you before we closed in on it.
I'm glad you did. Because you realize, of course, that you have no proof against this fellow.
Yes, I know.
Well, let's go get him. We'll worry about the proof later.
Vance, I'd like to go with you.
You, Mr. Burke? Why?
Excitement. I'm bored to death sitting around here. Take me with you.
Have you a gun?
No, but I've got a pretty good pair of hands. Well, what do you say?
All right, Fred. Before the night's over, a couple of hands may come in mighty handy.
Hold still. All right. How's that feel now, Tommy?
Better, Joe. You ain't sore because I ran out of here and tried to get in the hospital, are you?
It's okay.
I got scared. I got real scared. I thought I was going to bleed to death, boss, but when they wanted to report me to the cops, I scrammed. I done right, huh?
Yeah, you did. Now that arm better heal in a hurry. Yeah. We've got to go back to doing stick-ups, and I need you to drive the car, and you need 2 hands for that.
I'll drive it one eye for you, boss, if you want. But what happened to this gimmick of yours where we were going to make that $100,000 doing nothing?
That blew up when Pete got shot at Wheeler's office.
Oh, so that's what it was. You got him to pretend like he was Ben Burke. In that case, why did you kill him?
Don't move either of you.
What?
Come on in, Vance. Burke. That question your friend just asked you is one thing I'd like the answer to. Why did you kill this fellow Pete who was masquerading as Ben Burke?
Hey, Joe, who's this?
That's Markham, district attorney. Next to him's Philo Vance. The other bum, I don't know.
He's Fred Burke, but I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. We heard enough outside the door to tie you two up with the murder, but I thought you might tell us why you did it.
Who said I killed Pete?
Well, your friend here just asked you why you did it. That seems to imply you did it, doesn't it?
Does it? Tommy, listen to this, huh?
Yeah, boss.
Tommy, why did you shoot Abraham Lincoln?
I shot Abe.
You hear that, Markham? I just asked Tommy why he killed Lincoln. That means he killed him?
Just a minute, my cute friend.
All right, Vance, what's with you?
You hired a safecracker named Pete to impersonate the missing Ben Burke. You told him to go to Wheeler's safe and to get the identification papers you thought were there. But you found out he was going to double-cross you, and so you killed him.
If you say so, Vance, you must have proof, and that's enough for me. Come on, you two. You're coming with us.
Oh, no, we're not. Come on, Tommy. They won't shoot. We'll make a break.
You'll make a nothing. Oh.
Well, quite a right hand you have there, Mr. Burke. Yes, isn't it? You flattened our friend very nicely.
Look, nobody clipped me here. I don't know nothing. I didn't see nothing. Besides, look at me. I'm wounded. See, my arm, wounded.
We won't hurt you. However, we will take you downtown with us, you and your friend here, when he wakes up. Well, Vance, that's that, I believe.
Are you indicating that we've reached the end of the brotherly murder case?
Of course. You yourself said
I just wanted to see what reaction my words would have, Markham. This Joe individual didn't kill the man pretending to be Ben Burke.
He didn't? Well, then who did murder the man who claimed to be my brother?
You did.
Me? Are you kidding? Why would I kill him? How would I kill him? And even if I did, how could you possibly know?
You told me. Not in words, but you told me just the same. You actually told me something just as important when you did. You told me that you aren't Fred Burke.
What?
That you, too, are an imposter.
Why, you...
Arrest him, Markham, for murder. And for not being half as clever as he thought he was.
Go ahead, Vance. I'll take notes while you dictate.
All right, Ellen, but not on the typewriter. You always play games, and it's very distracting.
More distracting than I am?
No. But you don't make any noise while I'm talking, generally.
Generally.
And let's keep it that way, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Notes on the brotherly murder case. I knew the man pretending to be Fred Burke was not Fred Burke because I knew it was he who killed the man pretending to be his brother, Ben Burke.
Oh, brother. Does that make sense?
It will when I cut it down like this. Fred Burke told me that there were no papers in Lawyer Wheeler's safe that could identify his older brother.
Uh-huh.
Now, how could he know there were no papers unless he went through the safe?
No way.
Okay. Then that's cleared up. Now, why did he go through the safe?
Don't look at me. I'm just taking notes.
He did it because he was afraid the man posing as his brother was the real Ben Burke. And if he were, and if he found the papers establishing his identity, he might also find the papers that could have identified the real Fred Burke.
Yes?
All this was on his mind when he crept up to Wheeler's office, only to find our friend Pete there before him, bending over the open safe.
Well, but where does Wheeler come into this?
Don't rush me. The phony Fred Burke shot Pete as he knelt before the safe. Then he went through the papers in the safe and was there when Wheeler walked toward his office. Pete was dead, but Fred propped him in front of the safe and hid behind the door.
Uh-huh. Then Wheeler came in, saw somebody at his safe, and fired.
Fired and missed. The man who claimed to be Fred Burke didn't give Wheeler another chance. He hit him on the head and tied him up.
Phew. And all this happened because you gave the newspapers a phony item about there being proof of identification in Wheeler's safe.
Well, I had to do something to force a move from the bogus Ben Burke. I'll tell you honestly, I didn't know that Fred was an imposter. But it all came out in the wash.
It sure did. That the end of the notes, Vance?
Yes, Ellen.
Good. That means it's also the end of the brotherly murder case.
Calling all detectives. I once had a case in which a mystery story writer provided the chief exhibit, his own murdered body. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Sometimes people ask me, Jerry Browning, private detective, how I feel about circumstantial evidence. Well, it all depends on the circumstances. Bungalow A at the Fremont Motel was occupied by one dead man lying on the floor and 8 live cops who were swarming all over the place. While Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide checked for fingerprints, I talked to my friend Tim Fremont, who owned the motel. This murdered man, Henry Hackett, has he stayed out here before, Tim? Tim nodded. Sure. Some kind of a writer, wasn't he? At least that's what he told me. Been coming here for years. Arrived 2 weeks ago, scribbled on a pad of paper all day long. Never any guests. Liked it here because he could get away from people. I don't suppose you caught a glimpse of whoever shot him? Tim shook his head. It was late at night. I heard the shot, same as everybody else. Whoever did it jumped into a car. No lights. Got clean away. Dawson came over to us holding a letter in his hand.
Jerry, here's a letter we found in Hackett's pocket. Listen. If you insist, we shall keep the midnight date. Although I think the whole setup smells of melodrama and hokum. As to Diane, certainly she must die. You can decide when, where, and how. The letter's typed, no signature. What do you think of that, Jerry?
Hackett was a mystery story writer, wasn't he?
Sure he was. What about it?
I just thought I'd mention it, Dawson.
These writers, none of them satisfied to stick to their stories. They have to fool with real crime. Jerry, this case is crawling with clues. I'll have it solved within 24 hours.
When Henry Hackett, a mystery story writer, was murdered, the police found a letter that seemed to name his murderess. Back at headquarters, Dawson called in the reporters.
We'll get this Diane woman mentioned in the letter, boys. She's bound to have been seen in public with Hackett someplace. He intended to kill her, only she killed him first. Give me a play on the story and we'll smoke her out.
The boys really gave the story a play. They smeared it all over page 1. Late that afternoon...
Joe Cooper is my name, Lieutenant. I take care of Mr. Hackett's house while he's away working. Mr. Hackett, he said that if anything ever happened to him, for me to get in touch with his literary agent, a feller by the name of Durham.
Dwight Durham, the literary agent, was sleek, well-groomed, and amused. Come in, gentlemen. I read a story in the papers about some mysterious person named Diane. Might I see the letter which he's mentioned? Dawson handed over the letter. Durham read it, then... I know this is hardly a time for humor, but, well, there's been a really funny mistake. Durham reached into his desk, took out 2 file folders. I'm afraid that letter's misled you, Lieutenant. Here's the proof in this first folder. It was proof, all right. Galley proof of the first installment of a new Henry Hackett murder mystery serial. In the very first chapter, there was a character all the other people in the story hated. Her name was Diane. I read the type over Dawson's shoulder, noticed that his ears were turning a bright red. After a few moments more, Dawson put the proofs down.
Oh, Jerry, I'll never live this down. Those newspaper reporters will kid me for the rest of my life.
Durham opened the second folder. Here's the rest of the manuscript about the luckless Diane. As for the letter about her, that was written by Harrison Carter, editor-in-chief of the Green Book magazine in Boston. You can call him and check on it if you like. Dawson reached for the phone.
Don't think I won't.
I stopped him. It's no use, Dawson. You know as well as I do that Mr. Durham is telling us the truth. Durham cut in on me. Gentlemen, I'm rather busy this morning. If you have no further business with me... We're not quite finished, Mr. Durham. You are Hackett's agent. Suppose you tell the lieutenant all you know about Hackett while I look through this manuscript. I picked up the typed pages, read through Chapter 7, by which time, sure enough, Diane had been murdered. I turned a page, and there was no more story. Hey, where's the rest of the story? That's all of it, Mr. Browning. Hackett was killed before he finished the book. I kept on staring at the typed sheets. Something was bothering me, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. This stuff isn't up to Hackett's usual standard, is it? I wouldn't say that, Mr. Browning. Dawson yawned, got up.
Mr. Durham can't tell us anything, Jerry. Come on. Let's get back to headquarters.
Wait a second, Dawson. I've got an angle on what you can tell those reporters about Diane. Sit down at that typewriter over there and wrap it out before I lose the idea. Dawson shrugged, sat down again. Statement to the press concerning the Hackett murder. Please do not release until after the arrest of Hackett's murderer.
I've got that, Jerry. Go ahead.
I didn't answer. Instead, I reached over, pulled the sheet out of the machine. I turned to the agent. Mr. Durham, I've changed my mind about phoning the editor of the Green Book in Boston. I'll call him now to find out whether Hackett usually sent in his scripts typewritten or in longhand. There was a long pause. Then Durham smiled weakly. Never mind. I'll answer that. Hackett wrote in longhand. I suppose you've noticed that the type on my typewriter checks with the typing of these manuscript pages. Well, I type his scripts from the longhand drafts when he mails them to me. Okay. Where are the original pages? I don't save them.
Jerry, what's this all about?
Dawson, this is about a literary agent who took his client's original manuscript, threw it away, and wrote substitute chapters. Why did you do that, Mr. Durham? Durham kept denying it, finally admitted under pressure that he did rewrite Hackett's material, claimed it was within his rights as literary agent to do so. Dawson was handling the questioning now. Durham was lying desperately and beginning to show fear, out of all proportion to the spot he was in. I didn't listen to his answers, just kept watching his eyes. And 10 minutes later... Don't ask him anything else, Dawson. I think I know where Hackett's original manuscript is. I opened the bottom drawer of a file cabinet across the room, the spot Durham had been staring at. Yeah? I found Hackett's original script. A complete story with one character who did not appear in Durham's version. The character of a crooked literary agent. One who took a power of attorney from writers and then squandered their money. That's how Hackett had intended to show up his agent. And that's why the agent murdered him and wrote a few chapters of a completely new version of the book. Why did I suspect Durham? Remembering that Hackett worked in longhand was part of it, but mostly I know writers. And any mystery writer who turns out only 7 chapters in 2 weeks wouldn't last long in that tough business. Like I said, the real clues aren't always evident. Finding them generally depends on the right circumstances. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. Those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Young Man's Fancy.
Another scorcher with smog yet. The angels that flapped their wings over the sleepy little pueblo of Los Angeles were taking a summer hiatus. I thought about the blue Pacific some 15 miles to the west, where the friendly waves will snap your back if you happen to hit the undertow just right. So I decided on some 3-part harmony instead. Part 1, vodka. I had that. But no parts 2 and 3, the limes and ginger beer. So before you could say Moscow Mule, I was heading for the shopping district that's about a 5-minute walk from the apartment. I made it quicker. I drove. Alex's fruit stall gets all my lime business. Partly because the limes are good, but mostly because of Alex. All that's kind and gentle is housed in the square frame of Alex Lesnovich. His tanned old face is creased around the mouth and eyes from smiling. Deep-set, dark eyes that look out at you from under bushy gray brows and laugh. Yeah, that's Alex all the time. Except this particular morning.
Oh, is Mr. Marlowe? Well, hello. Hot day is.
Hot day is. Heat got you, Alex?
Oh, no, not the heat. I think I go to my chair, rock a bit. You find what you want.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not sick, are you?
Sick some. Yes, Alex is sick fellow, all right.
Have you seen a doctor?
No, doctor. Alex is sick in the heart.
Oh.
No doctor can fix Mr. Marlowe. Someone else could fix, but no doctor.
You want to tell me about it, Alex?
I will go to my chair and rock and think. You find what you want.
Yeah. Hey, the limes look good.
Yeah, is.
How much?
Time says no.
Yeah, I guess it does. Hey, does it get this hot in Yugoslavia?
Oh, maybe. It's a long time since I was there.
Yeah?
30 years, more maybe. It's not changed there now. Weather too, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Dad. Oh, Dominic, where have you been?
Hello, Dad. Oh, hi, Mr. Marlowe.
Hi, Dom.
All night I wonder where you
Oh,
were.
look, Dad, let's not start that all over again, will you? I'm of age.
Oh, it's baby, only big fellow with small years.
Don't give me that stuff. I'm sick of it. Just came back to get some things and some money, so you might as well get the cash drawer
Here
open.
now, that's enough. You do not come here just when suits you and tell your father what he will do and what he will not do.
Look, Dad, I'm tired of fighting with you. Come on to the back of the stall. We don't have to drag anyone else into this.
I was pretty much of a third wheel. I didn't get it. I didn't want to. Alex and son Dominic boxed the next few rounds almost out of earshot. I heard old Alex mutter something finally, go to the cash register and get Dom the money. Shortly after that, Dom shot past me and down the street. I stood there like a fool, squeezing a half a dozen limes.
Did you find what you want, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Alex, these will be fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Alex.
Yeah.
Well, if you need any help, you know where to find me, huh?
Thank you very much, Mr. Marlowe, but if Alex has trouble, Alex works them up.
Sure you will. I'll see you.
Well, that was quite a conversation you had, Mr. Marlowe. How are you?
Yeah, fine. How are you, Miss Gabrielle?
I'm boiling over, that's how I am.
Yeah, well, it's hot.
Oh, that's not what I mean. My blood's boiling. What I got left, that is. Doctor says I'm anemic, you know.
No, I didn't know. I just want to get some ginger beer,
Last time I was in for a checkup, they thought I never was going to find any red corporals. White corporals I'm loaded with, he says, but red ones...
Corpuscles.
How's that?
Corpuscles, that's the word, not corporals.
Oh, well, I don't see it makes much difference.
Oh.
I don't have any red ones, no matter what you call them or how you spell them.
Yeah, well, I thought maybe about 6 bottles of ginger beer if you have it cold, please.
I saw you next door at Alex's.
Yeah, well, I got limes there. Now, if I could just have the ginger beer...
Suppose it's got into that Dom.
I don't know, really.
Well, something has. I heard Alex say plain as day Dom hadn't been home all night. And I'll tell you one thing, that's not the first time this has happened. Been going on all the livelong summer.
I wouldn't know about that. I just...
And another thing, that flower stand of his, you know, the one he used to run right there in the front of Alex's stall, where's it gone?
6 bottles of ginger.
I'll tell you where, it's a rack and ruin. And first of the summer, he's running like always, doing a nice little trade, too. Then it gets so he's not coming home. And the flowers are wilting and dying. Not smelling too refreshing either.
Please.
So one morning, I see old Alex carting the whole kit and caboodle out to the incinerator at the alley, and that's the end of the flower business.
You know, I knew it was going to be hot when I first woke up this morning, and I thought that about 6 bottles of ginger beer would help a lot.
Oh, you want ginger beer? Well, why didn't you say so?
I'm just shy. I'm shy. Oh.
I bet you're going to make up a batch of those, what are they?
Moscow mules.
Oh, well, that's 93. I'm giving you credit for the bottles I know you got, but you never take the trouble to return.
Thank you. I got to bring him back.
Oh, thanks. You know what I think, don't you?
I have a pretty good idea.
I think Alex has had his share of trouble. And now Dom acting for all the world like one of them delinquents you read about. Well, appears to me the nearest thing to a blessing that Alex can count is Helena.
Helena? Oh, yeah.
I don't suppose you remember her, do you, Mr. Marlowe? Well, sir, as beautiful a girl as you'd ever care to see. Lovely. And I mean lovely in every way. She went to that secretarial school, you know. Took a nice job up in San Francisco. I understand she's just doing real well, too. Writes to Alex just as regular and is just a lovely person. I mean...
Yeah, I remembered Helena. No red-blooded man who had all his corporals would ever forget her. Quiet little thing, dark, radiant, with Alex's deep-set black eyes. The kind that laughed. Yeah, I remembered her voice, too. Soft. Just the right amount of huskiness. It had been about 3 years, I guess, since I'd seen her. That would make her somewhere in her early 20s now, and that would make her even lovelier. By the time I got to my car, I'd half forgotten about old Alex and Dom. I pulled out of the parallel parking spot, and before I reached the corner, I was in the proper lane, minding my own business.
Hey, oh! Nice work. Hit and run, huh?
All the idiots. That's all I need. One more crack in this
Hey,
heat,
did
Paul.
you see that, Mr. Marlowe? He didn't even stop.
Yeah, that much I noticed. Glad you keep your service station so handy, Nick.
Yeah, you know who it was, don't you?
Yeah, I think so.
The darn fool cut right in front of you from the wrong lane. I'll sure be a witness for you, Mr. Marlowe.
Thanks, Nick. Tell me, was that Alex's car Dom was driving?
Yeah.
Now, take a look at the heap here. You think you can fix it up?
Yeah, sure I can. Looks like he just scraped along the side. The fender's curled under there, but... I think we can knock that out for you in no time.
Oh, good.
Of course, if you want that paint touched up, that's going to take some time.
No. Skip the paint for now, huh? Hey, Nick, you and Dom are pretty good friends, aren't you?
Well, I used to think so. I don't see much of Dom anymore. He's, I don't know, he's screwy or something.
What do you mean?
Well, like that trick he just pulled, running in here and driving on. He didn't used to be like that.
Well, what do you think's happened to him, or do you know?
Well, whatever it is, it's happened since we got out of school last spring. All of a sudden, he doesn't come around anymore. Nobody in the gang sees him, and when we do, you know, we meet him on the street or something, he just sort of looks down and he says, hi, and he keeps on going.
Uh-huh.
Okay, if I park there, Nick. But don't bet you can park there. I'll pay you when I get back. Hey, you dirty! There's Dom's friend, Mr. Marlowe. Only guy he sees anymore.
That truck driver?
Yeah, making his daily delivery, I see. Delivering himself to Sally's bar. Half the time, Dom goes there with him.
He does, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you see what you can do with the car, Nick, just so I can drive it okay, huh?
Sure, Mr. Marlowe. Bud's here today. Between us, we can fix it in a hurry.
Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. See how you're doing.
Swell.
Oh, and Nick.
Yeah.
Nick, come here. I'm going to tell Alex it was my fault. Now, I don't want him worrying about it, so don't make a liar out of me, huh?
Nah, sure not, Mr. Marlowe. Only Dom doesn't deserve it.
Maybe not. But Alex does.
But I don't care about the car. The car Dom is all right. He's not hurt.
No, Dom's fine, Alex. He was in a hurry. Drove on to wherever he was going.
Oh, that's good that Dom is not hurt.
Yeah, I just thought I'd tell you. It was my fault, and whatever damages there are, you let me know, huh?
Oh, if anything, I let you know. You don't worry, Mr. Marlowe. You just drive more carefully next time, no?
Yeah. Yeah, I will, Alex.
Oh, look, please, look what is just coming.
What?
You know, the excitement, I almost forgot. Look, it's letter from Helene.
Oh, swell. How is she?
Oh, it's fine, just real fine. She's worked very hard, she said, feel very good, and it's someday, maybe soon, come down to see Alex.
Oh, that's fine. Is she still in San Francisco?
Oh, yeah, and it's like her very much.
Uh-huh.
But Mrs. Papa and Dom, and Mr. Marlowe, Papa and Dom, Miss Helene.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Oh, when Helena comes, everything again is all right. I get letter almost every other day, 2-3 times a week.
Oh, well, that's swell. Well, I got to see about my car, Alex, and remember, let me know what I did to yours.
Oh,
huh?
yes, if it's anything, I shall. And you remember now, you drive much more carefully, Mr. Marlowe. Well, it's got a responsibility to other fellows. Is right?
He's right. Alex was feeling better. Helena's letter had given him something else to think about for a while. On the way back to Nick's service station, I ignored Miss Gabrielle's nose, which was pressed flush with the free ice cube sign in her window. You know, with very little effort, I could have no use for that type female. Well, Nick said the car would take about 10 minutes. I figured a beer would just about take as long. The sign said Salty's Bar, no dogs allowed.
What'll it be, mister?
Bottle of beer. Any kind, just so it's cold.
Okay, here you go.
Thanks. I'll pay you as soon as I can see. You keep it pretty dark in here, huh?
Psychology. Sell more booze that way. Don't ask me why.
I won't. Anybody mention the jukebox is a little loud?
Yeah, I have. They either can't hear or they like it that way.
They?
You'll see him when your eyes get used to the place. The guy's played the record 9 times now. She's still not sold.
Yeah? Well, some days you get nowhere.
Hey, can I have another beer, Salty?
Yeah, sure, Carl.
Carl, the truck driver Nick pointed out to me, was seated 2 stools down at the bar. I noticed him for the first time just before he ordered the beer. He was a big guy. Even sitting down, he had a placid-looking face, the kind you could never tell anything about. He looked at me for a moment and then over to the couple in the booth by the jukebox. The expression on his face didn't change as he calmly slid off the bar stool, went over to the jukebox, reached around to the back, and turned down the volume.
Hi. What's the idea?
It's too loud.
How about it's my nickel, sir?
It's your nickel. Sit down.
Ah? Well, I will.
That's telling them, Selby.
Thanks, fella.
Yeah, okay.
Carl. Oh, that's you, isn't it, Carl?
Yeah, Dom, come on, sit down. I wondered where you were.
I had some trouble, but I got some money. Here.
What kind of trouble? Your dad?
No, I just... Well, if it isn't old Snooper himself. Look, Mr. Marlowe, I don't need any assist from you.
I wouldn't be too sure, Dom.
Maybe you thought it was a bright idea blabbing that fancy story to my dad. Well, I don't go for it, you see.
Okay, you don't go for it.
You, giving the kid here a bad time, mister?
Get lost.
He's a professional snooper, this guy. He already shot his face off to my dad about me.
You shouldn't have done that, mister.
Hey, you guys, take it easy. No brawling in here.
Take your hands off me.
I'll let go, all right.
So... That was your first mistake. Come on now, break it up, Down. Put down that bottle. I'll break it up. Oh!
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the flood that swept the Midwest, swept thousands from their homes, businesses, and farms. The Red Cross asks your contribution now through your local Red Cross chapter. The relief and rehabilitation job will take months, perhaps years. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Young Man's Fancy.
It was a wild dream. My head was a punching bag, and fighters with plate glass fists were taking turns cracking my skull. It hurt like fury. Miss Gabrielle was pelting me with free ice cubes. The band played Come On to My House, and someone started mopping my face with a cool, damp cloth that smelled of beer and bourbon.
He's coming around. I don't know why, though. Dom really conked him.
How are you, Mr. Marlowe?
Now, there's a stupid question. Oh, Nick, how'd you get here?
Well, they came and got the truck, Carl and Dom. I saw them out of here. I figured something had happened. Hey, I'm sure sorry, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, so am I. Hey, Nick. What's the name of that company Carl drives for?
The Intercity Produce Company.
Uh-huh.
Alex buys stuff from him. I guess that's how Dom knows him. Are you going to tell the police, Mr. Marlowe?
No, not yet, Nick.
That's 2 counts on Dom today. You're sure letting him get by with murder.
No, Nicky boy, I draw the line there.
Oh, here, have a drink.
Oh, thanks.
I thought you said this was a glass joint, Silver.
Well, I thought it was, baby. We are taking our trade elsewhere, Mac.
Now you think of it.
You have a real stylish clientele, Salty, real stylish.
You're feeling good enough to crack wise. You're feeling good enough to get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute.
Take it easy, Nick. Salty's right.
I just don't want no trouble.
You got no trouble. Come on, Nick. I couldn't have walked better if I had the bends. I managed to get into my car at Nick's service station. He checked all 96 Los Angeles area phone directories for me, and Carl wasn't listed. Nick had finally remembered Carl's last name. It was Medora. I took one last look at the limes and ginger beer, now quite warm in the car seat beside me, muttered something censorable, and drove off. It was even hotter down in the produce district. And the knot on my head hurt even more as I told Carl's boss a big fat lie.
Well, sir, Mr. Marlowe, I'm glad our Carl was a help to you out on the ridge route.
Yeah, I'd like to thank him personally, if you don't mind.
Oh, don't mind at all. Thing is, he won't be in anymore today. He got in early this morning from San Francisco, brought his load in. Won't be in here again till tomorrow morning.
Oh, he's going back to San Francisco, huh?
Uh-huh, yeah, that's his run. Up to Frisco and back, lays overnight both places, loads up, starts out again.
Sounds like fun.
Say, tell you what I could do. I could give you his home address. Most likely that's where he is now. Don't know, of course, if you want to go to that much trouble just to thank him.
Oh, yeah, I would. After all he's done for me, I'd really like to look him up. Carl's apartment building needed paint and better ventilation. It was near downtown L.A. in an area that should have been cleared for the freeway, but it hadn't been. There was no answer at apartment 3. There wasn't even any sound behind the door, but I had the feeling that somebody was there. At the corner drugstore, I called the phone number Carl's boss had penciled under his address. I let it ring a long time, no answer. Well, my head wasn't the only thing that was giving me a rough time when I got back to Hollywood. My car had developed a regular list to the starboard side where Dom had rammed me. I limped in at Nick's, and he spotted the trouble right away.
Yep, that's it, all right. Your front wheel alignment's knocked silly.
I know just how it feels.
We could fix it okay if you can leave the car with us a while.
You can have it a week. I want to take my head home and bury it.
Yeah, I bet. You got everything out of the car you want?
Wait a minute, let me see. Limes, ginger beer. Everything but the down payment, I guess.
Mr. Marlowe, what do you think? Oh, hello, Nick. What do you think, Mr. Marlowe?
I don't know. You got me, Alex.
He just got phone call. It's Helena.
From San Francisco?
No. Right here, Los Angeles. Oh, he's come real soon to see Alex.
Hey, that's great, Alex.
Yeah. Oh, it's very fine news. Oh, Nick, you see Dom. I have to find Dom for Helena when she comes.
No, Alex. I haven't seen him.
Oh, well, that's all right. If you see him, either one of you, tell him, please, to come for Helena.
Yeah, we will, Alex, sure.
Thank you very
if we
much.
see him.
Thank you.
Poor old guy.
Yeah. I'm going home, Nick. You see Dom a car, let me know.
I sure will, Mr. Marlowe. You're a long time getting home, Snooper.
Well, the bottle, baby.
I've been waiting to tell you something. Something maybe you missed when I said it in Salty.
Now, look, all of a sudden I'm getting sick of you, Dom. You better quit while you're ahead.
You better listen. I told you to stay out of my business. And now I'm telling you the same thing for Carl. You're doing nobody any favors going to his boss, poking around where you're not wanted.
Tell Carl to come here and tell me that.
If he comes, he'll really flatten you.
Get out of here, will you, and get rid of that gin smell before you go home?
That's something else. It's my business.
Now, listen, you little punk. I ought to slap you silly, and I may.
You let go of me, you
Shut up.
stupid.
Now, get this. Helena's in town.
What?
She just called Alex. She's coming to see him.
No.
Now, go home and get cleaned up and behave yourself.
Helena. Oh, no.
Ran down the hall like he'd been fired on. And like I said, I was sick of it, the whole thing. Dom, Carl, whatever they were up to, I'd had it. Inside the apartment, I left the limes and ginger beer on a chair. Took the vodka straight. I don't know how long I was sprawled on the couch. Okay. That might be Carl. I'm waiting to see that boy.
I didn't think you'd remember me, but Carl said you wanted to see me, Mr. Marlowe.
Helena.
You do remember me? Didn't think you would.
Sure, I remember you, Helena. It's been a long time.
Yeah, long time. Long time. But I haven't changed, have I, Mr. Marlowe?
No, Helena, you haven't.
Liars! The men always have to lie. No, Helena, you haven't changed. You make me sick, Mr. Marlowe. Men make me sick.
You seen your father yet?
Shut up! No, I haven't seen him yet. Carl said to wait here. I'm sick of Carl telling me what to do. What's in the bottle, Jim?
No, it's vodka.
Doesn't matter.
Hey. Tell me about your job, Helena.
Give it to me, the bottle. Thank you. That's my job, Mr. Marlowe. You can forget anything with a bottle.
Take it easy, kid, will you?
Sure.
Helena. Helena? Oh, fine.
You got her here?
Yeah. She passed out. She's over on the couch.
Come on, Carl.
He's okay, Don. Let her sleep it off.
Yeah, what else? Well, Mr. Marlowe, beginning to get the idea?
I guess I am. How long has she been like this?
Oh, I don't know. Quite a while, I guess. I thought something was cockeyed when she was home last Christmas.
Yeah.
And then, late this spring, her letters to Dad got to reading kind of funny, those she sent to him. I hooked a ride with Carl here and went up to Frisco. Found her.
Well, how could she hold a job like this?
Job?
You gotta drink to hold some jobs, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, I see.
Never mind about her job. She's sick. We brought her down here. Carl did. Now we don't know what to do. She can't see Dad like this.
No. You're right, Dom. It'd kill him and her, too.
She's been staying in my apartment. I've been sleeping in my truck when I was in town. Dom stayed with her a lot of the time.
Dom's been writing the letters to Alex for her, and you've been mailing them from San Francisco, huh?
Yeah. That way, Alex didn't know, you see, but now that she's called and said she was in town, I don't know. Dom's had a pretty tough time with her. She threw a glass of gin all over him today.
Yeah, I know.
It's not her fault. She's sick, that's all. Well, we've got to do something.
We will, Dom. I think maybe I can help you with that. I called a friend of mine, an MD with a small sanitarium in the Glendale Hills. He specialized in Helena's kind of sickness. We made a deal, and a half hour later we took her there. It was going to take some time, but it was good building time. Don and I had our story pretty well rehearsed when we got back to Alex's.
But I don't understand. Why she told you this? Why did she not call Alex?
Now, look, Dom told you she was pretty disappointed in herself, that she had to go right back to San Francisco. She was afraid if she called you, she'd cry and get you all upset.
Sure, that's right, Dad. She thought it'd be easier for you this way.
Oh, I see. It's nice of Helena to think of her papa. It's nice. Yeah. She come soon again, no?
As soon as she can, Alex. I don't think it'll be very many more weeks. Do you, Don?
Oh, no. She'll be back before we know it, Dad.
Hey.
Oh, that's wonderful. Dominic, she looks good. It's well, yeah?
Oh, Well, you just wait till you see her. She'll look great, won't you, Mr. Martin?
Oh, just great, Dom. And Alex, I've got a hunch she'll be staying home quite a while after this.
Oh, my. Helena home. Oh, it's good. Oh, very good.
Footnote. You can buy fresh-cut flowers again in front of Alex Lesnovich's fruit stall. They throw the smiles in for free. Even Miss Gabrielle's changed her mind about Dominic being one of those delinquents you'll read about. I learned something about him the other day myself. That kid can really paint a car. Well, so much for that. Cost? 1 Moscow mule.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Tony Barrett as Alex, Larry Dobkin as Dom, Georgia Ellis as Helena, and Paul Dubov as Nick, with Ruth Parrott, Frank Richards, Lou Krugman, and Jack Crucian. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen again next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time the main theme was Main Street, and the counter melody was full of shots from a burlesque house and flats from Skid Row. It was wine, women, and murder.
Tony Arden and tenor Frank Parker will be singing those brand new songs for sale introduced by Steve Allen tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Don't miss Ray Bloch's orchestra playing them, Steve Allen describing them, and more Tin Pan Alley notables judging them tonight when CBS Radio brings you a full hour of songs for sale. Friends, just as systematic exercise builds a strong body, so does systematic saving build a strong future. Save systematically for your future and for your country's future with United States defense bonds. It's easy, it's automatic, and there's no safer investment in the world. Defense bonds are guaranteed by your government. So for the defense of your future, for the defense of your country's future, buy your full share of United States defense bonds. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
By transcription, the National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the Kleptomaniac clues.
Going on a little trip, Mr. Trafford?
What the?
I wanted to see you before you left Frisco.
Hey, who are you? And how did you get into my hotel room?
What's the difference?
I'll call the manager and have
Drop that phone, Trafford. That's better.
What is this? What's that gun for? What do you want?
That briefcase you're carrying?
What?
The briefcase. Hand it over and you won't get hurt.
I'll do no such thing.
Give me that.
You won't get away with this.
Shut up. Sit down in that chair. Now, we'll just tie you up so you won't make no fuss while I'm blowing out of here.
Just why? Why are you doing this? Just why?
For dough. What else? I don't know what's inside this thing, but certain people are willing to pay plenty to find out.
Well, Mitchell, you glad to be back in San Francisco again? Or is that a foolish question?
In view of being met at the boat by you, love, let's say it's a superfluous one.
Darling. Always the appropriate sentiment.
Well, the Orient has its fascination, Elise, but it does not have you.
I hope it was dull, of course.
Oh, business was quite good, but nothing else. And speaking of business, how is our little curio shop with its clocks, knickknacks, and whatnot?
Excellent, darling.
Good.
I'm expecting a rather interesting shipment soon.
Oh? Will that mean another seagoing excursion for me?
It could. Perhaps I'll go with you this time. Would you like that?
I refuse to answer a question like that. Its intent is much too obvious.
Ah, darling. Oh, here we are.
Here you are, driver. Keep the change.
I left Doreen in charge of the shop.
Oh? How is she?
As usual. She handles the carriage trade exceedingly well.
Uh-huh.
At times I think you're a bit too interested in her.
What? Oh, nonsense, Elise. Why, she's hardly more than a child.
Yes, I know that, but do you?
Oh, Miss Pomeroy, you're back.
Well, hello, Doreen.
How are you, Mr. Monroe? Nice to see you back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. How have you been?
Just fine, thank you. Was your trip successful?
Mm-hmm, very.
I'm glad.
Doreen, were there any messages while I was gone?
No, Miss Pomeroy, but there's a man waiting to see you in your office.
A man?
Mr. O'Mac. A very curious thing happened.
Curious?
Yes, I could have sworn he deliberately put one of our teakwood figures in his pocket.
What?
And as though he realized I'd seen him, he put it back on the display shelf. But perhaps it was a mistake.
Perhaps. Come along to the office, Mitchell. Mr. O'Mac may be a buyer.
Yes, or a seller. See you later, Doreen. That's a lovely girl.
If one likes the type.
Always waiting for somebody. That's me.
I don't like you sitting behind my desk, O'Mac.
Oh, excuse me. I hope I didn't soil nothing.
You have what you were sent to get?
You mean Mr. Trafford's briefcase?
You know that's what I mean. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it.
Give it to me.
Not so fast.
Well, what is it?
There's been a change made since I first talked to you.
Change? What do you mean?
The price you're paying. I don't like it.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. So you'll have to make it fatter.
Tell me, love, where'd you find this cheap highwayman?
Never mind that now. O'Mac, we agreed on $10,000.
Yeah, well, I need 10 more.
You deceitful pig.
You know how it is. Cost of living going up and up.
I won't hear this kind of street corner conniving.
Okay, suit yourself.
And may I ask just what will happen if you don't get what you want?
The Counterspies would love to get their hands on a little setup you've got here.
What?
You've got till tomorrow to pay my price.
You wouldn't go to the Counterspies.
No? Try me and find out.
David Harding, Counterspy Headquarters, Washington. To San Francisco Field Office. Special directive to Agent Carl Braden. Mr. George Trafford. Proceed on description of man who stole briefcase and on any other information Trafford can supply. Am leaving by jet immediately. Have correlation of data ready for my inspection upon arrival. End of message. Oh, Miss Johnson, have you contacted Agent Peters in the St. Louis Field Office yet?
He's on the wire now, sir. Line number 3.
Oh, good. Hello, Peters.
How are you, Mr. Harding?
Peters, I'm leaving Washington by jet for San Francisco within the hour. I'm picking you up en route, so gauge your time carefully.
Right, what's up?
No time now. I'll fill you in later.
Okay, Pete. I'll be standing by at the St. Louis airport.
And preparatory to leaving San Francisco, Trafford stopped to rest at a hotel until his train was due to depart for Washington.
I follow most of it up to now, Mr. Harding, but,
What, Peter?
Well, who is Trafford? And just what was in this popular briefcase of his?
Well, Trafford is in no official capacity with the government, Peters. He's merely a private citizen who happens to be an astute industrial organizer.
Sort of an efficiency expert,
Yes, you could call it that.
And the big top secret in that briefcase?
A draft of plans for mobilization of certain key industries. Plans, factory locations, working schedules, objectives, probable results, so forth.
I see.
Which, of course, was intended for the hands and eyes only of the defense coordinator in D.C.
I wonder in whose hands and under what eyes they are now at this very moment.
That's what we've got to find out, Peters. And fast.
Hello, Max. This is Elise Pomeroy.
I was expecting your call.
Quite sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah. And I'm even more sure of you.
You still demand 10,000 more?
That's right.
I was thinking of a counter-offer. Shall we say 7,500?
You know, I can't hear a word you're saying.
8,000.
I still can't hear you. So long, Miss Pomeroy.
Wait.
My price stands at 20,000. You can't auction with me. 20,000, or like I said, the briefcase goes to the counterspies.
All right. Very well. You shall have your money.
I wasn't worried for a second. Love.
Don't be insolent.
Why not? I can afford it.
I'll have the money for you at 11 o'clock tonight.
Where do I pick it up?
My home. 245 Ridgewood Drive.
Ridgewood Drive. Okay, love. I'll be there.
Here's your drink, Mitchell.
Oh, and just right. Thank you, love. To your very good health, Elise.
And to yours.
May you always feel as wonderful as you look.
And may you always be as truthful as you sound.
So much for that. Why did you ask Omac to come here to your house, Elise?
I don't want him seen near the shop again. It's much too risky, darling.
Quite a fellow, isn't he? Or should I say felon?
He's been useful.
Let's see now. Within the short space of 24 hours, he's committed a hold-up, blackmail, and incidentally gave way to a touch of kleptomania. Very impressive.
Kleptomania?
Of course, yesterday in the shop. You heard Doreen describe his attempt to palm a teakwood piece just before we arrived?
Perhaps she made it up.
Oh, come now, my dear. Does it sound so incredible, considering what Omac is? Besides, why would Doreen make up a thing like that?
I wouldn't know, would you?
No. And, by the way, she knows nothing about business transactions in the Orient, does she?
No. And the less she knows about anything concerning us, the better.
Why, Elise, I would almost think you're jealous of Doreen from your tone of voice.
Would you now?
Yes, but you've no reason to be. Look.
Oh, that must be Omac. I'll let him in. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, say, quite a joint you got here. A little far from town, though, ain't it?
Do you have the briefcase?
You're looking at it. Hi, Jack.
If you're talking to me to begin again, I'll leave Jack out of it this time.
Take it easy, Governor. Just being friendly.
I'll take the briefcase if you don't mind.
First, my payoff, if you don't mind.
Just as you say. I'll get it from my desk.
You mind if I have a drink? see you got a few spread around
Take
here.
mine if you like. I haven't touched it.
Well, thank you, and believe me, I wouldn't mind if you did. Love.
Now, see here, O'Mac, you...
Disregard him, Mitchell.
Sure, Monroe, do that. After tonight, you two won't be bothered with me anymore. Well, here's to the end of a beautiful friendship, huh?
Something wrong, O'Mac?
This drink.
Now, look at the mess you've made.
You put something in the drink.
Only a drug. A very quick, effective, and deadly poison.
I'll kill you.
A very quick poison, O'Mac. Even quicker when you expend energy unnecessarily.
I'll get you.
The end of a beautiful friendship. Exactly as he said.
Elise.
I should have let you in on my little plan, I suppose.
Well, I didn't expect anything like this.
Don't be so shocked, darling. After all, you realize you can't trust a blackmailer. He would have eventually given us away, you know.
You really do mean business, don't you?
Yes, Mitchell, I really do. Now let's get rid of him.
Well, that's about the size of it, Mr. Harding, and I have no idea how he got into that hotel room.
Or who could have sent him, Mr. Trafford?
No, I'm afraid not. My completion of the draft, as well as my trip to the Capitol, was strictly secret as far as I know.
But you'll be able to identify this man when we pick him up.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Peters.
Mr. Harding, isn't it possible that he's passed the plans to another party by now?
Yes, more than likely.
Can't a new draft of your survey be substituted?
Oh, yes, certainly. With putting in another 7 or 8 months on relocations and shifting schedules. It's not the happiest situation, I can tell you.
And time's important.
So it's a question of retrieving what we have or substituting a plan which at best will be inferior to the original.
Well, we can't risk the operation of your plan, Mr. Trafford, as long as there's a chance of its being known to unfriendly powers.
Then you've got to get it back to me, sir, before it's somehow shipped out of the country.
We'll try, Mr. Trafford. You can be sure of that. We're going to try every way possible.
Well, hello, Doreen.
Mr. Monroe.
Oh, I didn't expect to find you in Elise's office.
I was just filing some invoices. Miss Pomeroy should be back shortly.
Good. We can wait together, hmm?
Of course, Miss Monroe.
Oh, no. My name is Mitchell.
Miss Pomeroy might not like me to call you that.
Oh, Miss Pomeroy isn't here, and my friends call me by my first name. I consider you a friend.
Do you?
Yes.
I'm glad. I've always been afraid she might misunderstand.
Elise? Oh, not at all. What is there to misunderstand?
Well...
Doreen, do you like me?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I like you, too.
Will you be going away soon?
Yes, I'm afraid so, within a few days.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you?
Yes.
I'll be back, though.
Will you?
Mm-hmm. But until I...
Oh. Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Hello, Elise. I've been waiting for you.
Not expecting me quite so soon.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was getting a bit impatient.
I'm glad you were able to find a way of containing your impatience. Doreen, you better get out front in the shop. Yes, Miss Pomeroy. Before you go, Doreen. Yes? I want you to remember something. What is it? This. Now, go about your business. And remember that. I'll be sure to remember it, Miss Pomeroy.
Why did you do that?
You know, without being told, so we won't discuss it.
For heaven's sake, Elise, behave sensibly.
Be quiet. You and your affairs are unimportant at the moment. I've had the plan we stole from Trafford microfilmed. You leave with it on the first boat out of San Francisco for Hong Kong.
When is that?
Tomorrow night.
Are you coming along with me?
No. Because everything we do from now on will be done on a strictly business basis.
Really?
Yes. So mind your step, lover. You know the way I do business.
You are listening to the case of the Kleptomaniac Clues on Counterspy. There's a big evening's entertainment with the chimes today and every Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. The Big Show brings you 90 minutes of the very best in comedy, music, and drama with Tallulah, the distaff dynamo, and the leading personalities of show business. The Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show means 30 mad and delightful minutes with the unconventional Harrises and their friends. Hedda Hopper brings you dramatized stories of Broadway and Hollywood. Tales of the Texas Rangers stars Joel McCrae in an authentic drama from the files of the nation's oldest police force. And genial Jack Parr quizzes a group of courageous contestants on the $64 question. Remember, the chimes are your invitation. Now, back to Counterspy.
Agent Braden to Harding, San Francisco field office. Braden to Harding.
Harding, go ahead, Braden.
The body of a man fitting description furnished by Mr. Trafford was found on the outskirts of the city. Death by poisoning. Identification, Charles O'Mac. He is now at the city morgue.
All right, no further instructions, Braden.
Yes, Chief.
Pick up Mr. Trafford, Peters, and meet me at the city morgue. A dead man just turned up who may be the one. We'll need Trafford to identify him.
Yes, that's him. That's the man who took my briefcase.
You're certain, Mr. Trafford?
Absolutely.
His driver's license said Charles O'Mac. Does that name mean anything to you?
No, nothing.
They found this in his pocket, Mr. Harding.
Oh, I see up there. Teakwood. Little teakwood figure.
Odd thing for a guy who was also carrying a .38.
Yeah.
Mr. Harding, will you need me any further?
Oh, not at the moment, Mr. Trafford.
Then I'll leave if you don't mind. I don't care for the atmosphere of a morgue very much.
No, nor do we. Come on, Peter.
Any place special, Chief?
Yes. Very special, I think.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Harding, of course, but I don't see how I can.
Well, this man O'Mac was carrying in his pocket a small teakwood figure on the base of which was the name of your shop, Miss Pomeroy.
Well, that's strange, I'll admit, but I'm at a total loss to explain it.
You're quite sure that you've never heard the name Charles O'Mac?
I'm sure I'd remember if I had.
Would you have any record of sale on such an item?
Hardly. It's not a terribly expensive piece. That one sells for $2. And as you can see, I have many more of the same type on display here in my shop.
Yes, I see.
Oh, hello, Mitchell.
Hello, Alice.
This is my business associate, Mr. Monroe. Mitchell, this is Mr. Harding and Mr. Peters of the United States Counterspies.
Gentlemen, how do you do?
Oh, yeah.
They seem to think that we might have information concerning a man named O'Mac who was killed recently.
O'Mac?
Ever hear the name, Mr. Monroe?
No, I don't believe I have.
Well, we'll bother you no further at the moment. Should anything of importance occur to you, you'll contact us, of course.
Of course.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
That dame is quite a number, huh, Chief?
Maybe a wrong number. Get a stakeout on this shot, Peters.
You think they're lying?
That's what we've got to find out, for sure. Harding speaking.
Mr. Harding, this is Doreen Bridgeton.
Yes?
I work in Miss Pomeroy's shop. I was there this afternoon and you were questioning her.
Go on.
I remained out of sight, but I could hear everything that was said.
I see. Go ahead, Miss Bridgeton.
She lied to you. She did know a man named O'Mac. He was in the shop the day before yesterday.
Will you swear to that in court, should we call upon you?
I'll be happy to, Mr. Harding. Most happy to.
Well, where can you be reached? Hello? Hello? Yes?
Peters, I'm fine, Mr. Harding.
Thank you. Go ahead, Peters.
Dave, I have that stakeout on the curio shop, and I personally tailed Monroe.
What did you find out?
He picked up a steamship ticket for the Trigania leaving for Hong Kong tomorrow night. I checked with the clerk.
Any report on the shop itself?
No, not yet. What do we do about Monroe? Stop him?
Yes, but not officially. If he's a decoy and not carrying the papers, I don't want a false arrest charge. That'll tip our hand completely. We've got to stall him without him knowing we've done it.
How?
Well, a call to the Customs Department ought to do the trick. Now, in the meantime, put a surveillance squad on a girl named Doreen Bridgeton. She works for Elise Pomeroy. She may not realize it, but Miss Bridgeton is a sitting duck right this minute. I'll come in, Peter.
Got a check in from Braden, Mr. Harding. Monroe's going to the dock.
Good. I expect a call from Customs on that any minute. Now, you have a man watching Doreen Bridgeton's apartment, huh?
Since last night.
Good. Oh, this is it.
We hope.
Harding. Yes. Oh, fine. No, nothing else. And thank you very much. All right, goodbye.
Okay.
The customs people wound Mr. Monroe in red tape, the details of which I'll spare you, and revoked his passport temporarily.
Which means he won't sail tonight.
Or any other night. Now, we've got to move fast. First, we'll have the Bridgeton girl picked up. We'll need her later. Then we'll see what the deluxe quarters aboard a luxury liner look like, Peters.
Hey, I like that part.
Don't pack, though. We're traveling light.
Mitchell!
Hello, Elise.
What are you doing here? Why aren't you aboard ship?
It seems the best laid schemes of mice and men.
Will you make sense?
All right, my passport's been revoked. I can't sail.
What?
I think I speak distinctly.
How did that happen?
I don't know. Some sort of a mix-up on dates.
Oh, you are an idiot. This changes everything. Give me your ticket.
Huh? Ticket?
You still have that, don't you?
Yes.
Well, give it to me.
All right. Well, what are you going to do?
I have an hour and a half to make the boat. I'll sail in your place. Where's the microfilm?
My wristwatch case.
Well, give it to me.
All right. Here, take it.
I've got to rush. At least my passport's in order.
Now, listen, you can't leave me here holding the bag, my sweet. I won't take
Oh,
it.
do be still. You're such a bore.
Bore, is it? We'll see how boring I am. Hello, operator. I'd like you to put me through to the United States Counterspies. Yes, please, and hurry. Counterspy field office. My name is Mitchell Monroe. We should be at the dock in a few minutes, Mr. Harding. Hope our suspect doesn't miss the boat.
We'll ask the captain to postpone sailing time if necessary. But I don't think it will be.
Agent Braden to David Harding in control car S1.
Harding, come in, Braden.
Mitchell Monroe was shot and killed about 15 minutes ago while attempting to call our field office from a pay station.
How did you take it that quickly, Braden?
The receiver was off the hook. We got a police report on it within a few minutes after.
All right, Braden, no instructions.
Little Elise is going to have plenty to answer for, Chief.
Let's get to that boat, Peters. Step on it. What time is it, Peter?
20 minutes to midnight and the sailing time, too. I wish something would break, Chief.
It will. Don't worry.
I'm getting a little too accustomed to the grandeur of this deck cabin. Kind of tempts me to chuck everything and go for a little cruise myself.
Well, Miss Pomeroy.
Mr. Harding.
Come in, Miss Pomeroy.
What are you doing here?
We asked the same of you.
Just how dare you ask me anything? What right have you to be in my cabin?
We thought it was Mr. Monroe's cabin. It's in his name.
What of it?
He had passport trouble. But nothing that wouldn't clear up in a day or so. He'd have been able to sail. It must be urgent business that prompts you to so hurriedly take his place.
I want you to leave immediately.
When we leave, lady, you're leaving with us.
On what charge?
Treason for one.
Murder for another.
Ridiculous.
I think we'll be able to make it stick, Miss Pomeroy. I'm sure that a thorough search of your belongings will reveal the presence of certain top-secret plans for wartime mobilization of industry in this country.
You're mad.
Probably on microfilm. And added to that, we have the eyewitness testimony of Doreen Bridgeton that you knew Charles O'Mac, knew him well.
She's lying. She's trying to get even for a personal difference.
You know Mitchell Monroe is dead?
What?
Murdered?
No. No, I didn't know.
You're almost convincing.
He's probably telling the truth, Peters. I don't think he'd have had time to kill Monroe.
If you're going to arrest me, then do so, and let's get off this boat.
Not so fast, Miss Pomeroy. There's more where you came from, so let's just wait here for a few minutes and see who it is.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you know exactly what I mean.
Elise, do you...
Well, come in, Mr. Travers.
What the... Hey, what is it, Harding?
Don't you know?
Oh, I certainly don't.
Then I'll tell you. You had yourself robbed of your own plans.
Robbed? What are you talking...
O'Mac didn't know you. Miss Pomeroy did the hiring and carefully pointed you out. A perfect way of deflecting any and all suspicion from yourself.
Why, that's absolutely ridiculous.
You had a neat setup for an espionage agent, Trafford. You enjoyed the confidence of high government officials while you were planning to transmit your industrialization plans to an unfriendly power.
You don't know what you're saying. Neither one of you do.
But you made one small slip. According to the desk clerk of the hotel here in San Francisco, it was 2 o'clock when you checked in.
I won't listen to this.
You'd better listen, Trafford, and close, because the United States Attorney is going to ask you questions later.
When you arrived at the hotel, there was a southbound train leaving San Francisco at that very moment. So there was no reason for you to have been anywhere but on that train. No reason but your own personal one.
Harding, you're making a grave error.
The error is all yours, Trafford, for showing up here in Miss Pomeroy's cabin.
What's the angle for your coming, Trafford? Skipping? Or just to give her some last-minute instructions?
It couldn't have concerned the microfilm plans. You have your own copies, I'm sure.
Now, don't move, any of you.
Is that the gun that killed Monroe? A ballistics test should tell.
There won't be any test.
I don't know about that. My agents have the dock area completely surrounded. They let you in, but they're sure not to let you out, except with me.
I'm willing to run the risk. Now, stay right where you are.
Don't leave me, George.
Sorry, Elise. I have to travel light now. I'm sorry.
You're no good.
Come on, Peter.
There he is, Steve. Stop or I'll shoot, Trafford. He's headed for the rail. Stop, Trafford. Stop or we'll fire.
Let him have it.
He's falling overboard.
He's finished, Chief.
Yes, but Miss Pomeroy isn't. Not yet. She'll stand trial and pay the penalty all traitors eventually pay.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next week for the exciting Case of the Captured Contact.
When a famous lecturer canceled his tour, a solicitous friend canceled his life by murder. How a weak eye and a strong arm led your counterspies into a most intriguing adventure will be unfolded next week in
Case of the Captured Contact on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. The preceding transcribed. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Show starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linux home brighteners. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Howling Horse, in which Nick Carter goes hunting in a forest of death and tracks down a fabulous 4-legged killer. Enjoyable living, for real contentment, it is necessary that we have time to relax. Time to do the things we like as well as to do the necessary things. And these days, American homemakers everywhere are learning that one important way to enjoy leisure time is to depend on the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Those magic new shortcuts to beauty for woodwork, furniture, and floors. You, too, can save drudgery each day with those 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish. Linux Cream Polish for fine furniture. And Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new quick-drying wax product. Try these fine modern products designed to help you do your work in record time. You'll find that they're a really efficient way to leisure time for you. Ask your hardware, paint, or department store for the 3 great Linux home brighteners, the modern shortcuts to new home beauty. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. The lights are out in the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 5th and 4th. In the darkened laboratory, the strange whine of electricity sounds. And under the pale, purple aura of ultraviolet light, Nick Carter and Patsy play a strange jigsaw puzzle game with crime.
Wait a minute, Patsy.
Mm-hmm.
This letter A matches the A in bequeath. Just a moment. Yes, an exact duplicate. Make a note of that.
Right.
Oh, making progress. The word here on this slip. Mm-hmm. Exactly duplicates the here and hereby bequeath. You got that?
I've got it.
Better and better. See that word will in last will and testament?
Uh-huh.
A precise duplicate of the written will from this thank you note. Who's that?
Hiya, folks. It's the demon reporter himself in person.
Why, it's Scubby.
Oh, hello, Scubby.
Pardon the interruption, masterminds. The housekeeper let me in. Well, what's cooking? Good looking.
Nick's testing the validity of a will, Scubby. We're matching samples of the dead man's writing with the writing in the will.
Oh, very interesting. Do they match?
Precisely.
Well, then the will is genuine, eh?
On the contrary, the will's a forgery.
Huh?
Now turn off the ultraviolet, Patsy. Put on the lights.
Hey, I don't get it, Nick. If the writing in the will dovetails with other letters, doesn't that prove the same guy wrote both?
No, Scubby. The fact that words and individual letters from old correspondence match words and letters in the will proves someone forged the will by tracing the dead man's handwriting.
Very clever. Very clever indeed. It'll make a nice feature article when I finish with my story on the howling horse.
Did you say howling horse, Scubby?
Yes, beautiful. I'm on my way upstate to cover one of the craziest stories that ever hit the desk. I thought Nick might be interested.
What is it, Scubby?
Well, it seems there's a guy upstate named Lucas who has...
C.B. Lucas? 3 degrees in medicine, archaeology, and natural philosophy. Explored the Gobi Desert in 36.
Yeah, the very same. Oh, this Lucas must be pretty wealthy. Got a big estate, about 700 acres of forest and lakes.
But what about that howling horse you mentioned?
Well, there's a story that Lucas brought back a couple of horses with him from one of his explorations, and they howl.
Nonsense.
They also kill cattle.
Ridiculous.
These horses of Dr. Lucas also have murdered a man.
Oh, no.
Well, that's the story I'm going to check. Are you interested, Nick?
In horses that murder men? Certainly am. I'll use my car. We should reach the Lucas estate by nightfall. Let's go.
Sit down, Mr. Carter. Ma'am.
Thank you.
The other gent, too.
Thanks.
I'm mighty happy to have you with us in the Burnham.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Crane.
The case too tough for you to handle, eh, Sheriff?
Well, you betcha. Be too tough for anybody except Mr. Carter here. Reckon I'd have caught you in anyway.
You better explain, Sheriff.
Well, it's like this. Lucas ain't amiable, man. Not by a long shot. Keeps himself locked up in that estate. Nobody can get him. Nobody sees him. He kind of acts like he's scared of something, hiding. But he's a mighty powerful man in this county. Got influential friends. My hands are tied. I can't buck him. But you can, Mr. Carter. I hear you're a fighter that don't care a hoot where the punches land.
Well, I try to live up to that reputation, Sheriff Crane. Now, tell me about Lucas's horses.
Don't know a thing. He brought them back with him about 6 months ago. Moved them in horselands. Nobody seen them. But pretty soon people start talking about them horses howling.
They're sure about them howling?
Yep. Then, 1 or 2 folks seen one of them running around Lucas's estate. A big black critter. Seen him at night. Mean and ornery. But pretty soon they started killing cattle. Rip them apart with their teeth. Folks sued Lucas. He just laughed. Told them they was crazy. Swore he didn't own no horses.
I see.
Last week, Jed Storm was killed. On the road that passes Lucas's estate. Head was near torn off. Body all ripped to pieces. I figured maybe the law better step in. I had to pull every string I could to even get into Lucas's estate. Searched the place from top to bottom. House, barns, everything. Well, sir, Lucas was telling the truth. There ain't no horses there.
You're sure, Sheriff?
Ma'am, I'm a farmer before I'm a sheriff. You can't fool a farmer on things like that.
All right, Sheriff. We'll start tonight and see what we can find.
Just one warning, Mr. Carter. Maybe I sound kind of fantastic-like, but believe me, I ain't been stretching the truth. You go slow, and you go careful. That Lucas is mean. Them horses is deadly.
Thanks for the warning, Sheriff, but I've met deadly killers before.
And Nick is still here, which is more than you can say for most of the killers he's met.
right, this must be the road that skirts Lucas's estate. Keep your eyes on the left. We ought to sight the house any minute now.
It's pitch dark, Nick.
Watch for lights.
Oh, what's the program, Nick? You going to bust right in?
Going to try. I don't know how tough Lucas really is. Maybe he does bluffing, Sheriff Crane.
Nick, I can see lights off to the left.
Yeah? Where away, Skipper?
Deep in the woods there. See?
Yeah. The lady's right, Nick.
I see them. That must be Lucas's house, all right. Yes, there's a gravel drive turning off the road. Here goes. I'll be more than interested to meet Lucas again.
Oh, you know him, Nick?
Casually. I had the rather distasteful job of checking his credentials for the government some years ago. Intelligence work. Believe me, it was a nasty interview.
Nick!
Hey, for the love of Pete, Nick. Someone's bombarding us.
Oh, stop the car, Nick. We'll be blown out.
Stop anyway. There's a roadblock ahead.
Oh.
Hey, this doesn't look like a bluff to me. Lucas is playing for keeps.
This is private property. You are trespassing on private property. I shall give you 5 minutes to get out here.
Where's that voice coming from?
He's using a public address speaker out on the grounds. He's probably got the microphone in the house.
This is your last warning, whoever you are. You have 5 minutes to get off my ground.
Apparently, we haven't much choice.
For the love of... Was that Chinese?
It was, and raises a very curious question in a fantastic case. Let's back out to the road and start finding the answer to it. All right. This is far enough. Let's get out.
Okay. Well, where are we now, Nick?
About half a mile past Lucas's house. We're going to cut into the woods from here, then circle around to the house.
Well, I got my flashlight. Lead on, Nick.
No, Scotty. No flashlight. We do this in the dark. Oh, Patsy, you can wait in the car if you want to.
Oh, me? Why, you talk as though you think I'm scared.
Well, aren't you?
Yes, but I won't admit it.
All right. I'll hold your hand, beautiful.
I'm not that scared.
Now, listen, we've got to be as quiet as possible.
Hey, do you think that we're going to meet any wild horses, Nick?
I don't know, Scubby.
Nick, you haven't explained yet about Lucas talking in Chinese.
Not sure I understand yet myself.
Oh, I sure wish I'd covered the beauty contest instead of this guy.
Hold everything.
What is it?
Quiet. Listen. Hear that?
Jeepers, did I?
It sounds like howling.
There it is again.
Howling horses, I said. Nonsense, Nick Carter said. Well, is it nonsense now, Nick?
A howling horse.
Hey, it's coming closer.
Are we just going to stand here and wait, Nick?
We are not. Gunshot! Come on, hurry.
What's happening, Nick?
Someone's being chased by Scubby's howling horse. Someone is using a gun to protect himself.
For the love of God.
Careful now, whatever you do. Hold your head.
Nick!
Yes.
Straight ahead in that clearing.
Yeah, I can see the silhouette.
Yes, chasing a man. You almost got him, too. Quick now.
Oh, Nick!
Steady. Keep moving forward.
Oh, I think we're too late, Nick.
I know where you are. Get your flashlight out, Scubby, and flash it straight ahead, quick. I want to get a look at that horse if he's still there.
Right. Here you are.
There is nothing. There's nothing at all.
Nothing but a body of a man sprawled there in the grass. A body without a head.
Grimly, Nick paces the last few steps forward to examine the victim of a murder he could not prevent. Who is the dead man? How did Lucas' fantastic creatures track and kill him? Why did Lucas cry a warning in Chinese? Can Nick answer these questions in time? We'll see in just a moment. Modern science is constantly achieving miracles, constantly finding new ways, better ways to do the things which must be done. And science has done its share of service for our American homemakers. Take, for example, the 3 great Linex home brighteners, which are proving such an aid to women everywhere. There's Linex self-polishing wax, for example, created by leading research chemists who give you the finest. Made from a brand new formula, Linex self-polishing wax offers new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance for every floor surface in your home. And Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of real carnauba wax, for that handsome, satiny finish only real wax can give. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that any linoleum, hardwood, or rubber tile floor is actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. And, of course, Linex self-polishing wax saves time 2 ways. for it takes only a jiffy to apply and dries quickly. And then its beautiful protective surface saves you future work because it's so easy to keep clean. Choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax and know what it is to use the finest. Ask your dealer now for all 3 great Linex home brighteners. Give your home new beauty the easy Linex way. And now back to our story. The strange story of savage howling horses that hunt and kill men brought Nick, Patsy, and Scubby to the small upstate town of Burnham. When Nick drives out to the estate of C.B. Lucas, famous explorer who has brought the animals to America, he is warned off by Lucas, who shouts at the master detective in Chinese. When Nick, Patsy, and Scubby attempt to steal into the estate on foot, they witness the tracking down and killing of a man by one of Lucas' savage creatures. Now, in the blackness of a forest clearing, they examine the dead body.
Oh, what a mess this fellow is.
Yes, head torn off completely. Apparently, Dr. Lucas's man-eating horse took it away with him.
And did you hear the way it howled? It was like a lion or it was something.
Oh, that wasn't any lion or anything else that I ever heard of.
You're right, Scully. Wait a minute. Wow, this is odd.
What, Nick?
Look at the gun this fellow was carrying.
Huh?
It's lying beside his right hand.
For the love of Pete, what is it?
Happens to be a Patterson Colt. Model of 1848.
1848? You mean 100 years old?
Just about. This is one of the original Colt models. Fired with percussion caps.
Oh, but that doesn't make sense, Nick. Why would a man defend himself with an antique like that?
Well, if you remember, Scubby, that when Lucas warned us off, he talked in Chinese, it does make sense.
No, not to me it doesn't.
It will in a very few minutes. Come on. Get up to Lucas's house.
Well, aren't you going to search that body for identification or something?
No, we won't find any.
How do you know?
Let's concentrate on being quiet, shall we?
Okay.
Put that flash out, Scubby.
Sure.
Now stay on your toes. Dr. Lucas' charming pets may be closer than you think.
Nick?
Yes?
I can see the house lights from here, straight ahead.
Yes. All right, quick now.
Oh.
Oh, I sure wish there was a moon.
You're not getting romantic, are you, Scubby?
Heck no. I'm just scared of the dark.
Wait a minute. Listen.
It's a funny sound.
Like machinery or something.
It's not machinery. Hurry, let's get to the house. Take this path here.
Nick, that sound is awfully familiar. I just can't place it.
Familiar to you, Scubby?
Well, yeah.
Coming over the PA Lucas has on the ground.
Over the PA?
Right. Now, quick, into the house. Those French windows at the side look open.
Open? They're smashed. Like a truck went through them.
So they are. Careful of broken glass.
Oh, Nick, look at this room.
Yeah, looks as if the truck drove through here, too.
Yeah.
Where is Dr. Lucas?
I have a hunch that something's happened to Dr. Lucas, Patsy. Something that accounts for the funny noise you hear over the PA. Come on.
I don't like it. Crane's advising. Oh, for the love.
Yes, I rather expected this.
It's a body sprawled alongside that phonograph.
And it's a needle running in the last groove in the record that's making that strange sound, Patsy. I'm afraid Dr. Lucas has played this phonograph for the last time. Better take the playing arm off the record, Scotty.
Yeah, right, Nick.
Now, let's have a look at this body. Oh, lots of blood. Body quite warm, killed very recently. The same way our friend back in the woods was killed. Head torn off.
Only this time the head was left with the body.
But this isn't Dr. Lucas. Nick, look at the head. He's Chinese.
Glory be, you're right, Patsy. Then this explains why we heard a warning in Chinese over the PA when we first drove up to the house, right, Nick?
Scubby, start that record again.
This man couldn't talk English, so he had an English-speaking record made to warn people off the ground,
Play it,
right?
Scubby, play it quick.
Okay.
Turn off the PA first. We'll hear it direct.
Right, Nick.
This is private property. You are trespassing on private property. I will give you 5 minutes to get out of here.
What'd I tell you, Nick?
That's the voice we heard.
This is your last warning, whoever you are. 5 minutes to get off my ground.
Please, turn off machine.
Dick.
Please, turn off machine.
For the love of... A couple of hatchet men.
Please, to the move. Associate and self highly expert in use of lethal firearms. Kindly raise arms to extreme vertical position. Remain with backs against wall. Thank you.
Oh, now listen, wise guys.
Please remain silent. So, We have made a long journey for most prosperous meeting, Mr. Lucas.
Lucas? Well, this
Bye,
is...
Patsy.
Was extremely injudicious to take away Gochujang, Mr. Lucas. Rash action put miserable selves to extreme expense of body and purse for long journey.
Yes?
Now necessary to locate Gochujang at once. If ever the number 2 associate as yet unsuccessful in task, remains for self and miserable number 1 associate.
Hey, what in blazes is...
Mr. Lucas, you will please inform this person of locality of Gochujang. May miserable Fang Pai remind Honorable Mr. Lucas, this person highly barbaric species, lack refining benefits of civilized education, much prepared to obtain required information with cruel methods of contemptible savagery.
Golly, Nick.
Oh, who is this Gochujang character you birds are after? If he's the guy I think you mean, he's dead.
Be quiet, Scubby.
This news highly interesting. It's true, Mr. Lucas, that Gochujang departed to join all of our ancestors.
What if it is?
Then task of this person reduced to minimum. Only necessary to ensure demise of you and friends and then return to home.
Our demise? But we...
This is High King Fool and Half.
This is the payoff. Look out now, Scubby. Here goes the photograph. This way, Patsy. Scubby, get moving.
All right.
Through this door. Move fast.
Oh, you blocked him off with that photograph like a bullet.
You can't block bullets as easily. They recover enough any minute now to start shooting. This must be the kitchen. Straight ahead and out the back door.
Do you think we can shake them, Nick?
We move fast enough we can.
All right, I'll get the door.
You, Patsy, quick. Come on, Scubby.
Right with you. Oh.
Now what?
Quiet and keep running. Come on. We stand a 50-50 chance of shaking them in the dark out here.
Why didn't you tell them you weren't Lucas?
You think they'd believe me?
Hey, this looks like a garage ahead.
In then, hurry. Careful. There's a car here. Don't bang into it.
All right, now what, Nick?
Oh, we can just hold out long enough. Sheriff Crane will rescue us.
Huh? What do you mean, Patsy?
Well, when you were examining the body, I called the sheriff and notified him about the 2 deaths.
What?
He said he was coming right up as soon as he could get his posse together.
Oh, good work, Patsy. That's my little darling every time.
Just about the worst news I've ever had.
But, Nick,
I understand, Patsy. It's too late to explain now. All right, here's what we do.
Yeah, where is he, Nick?
We get into this car. Drive out of the garage like sticks again. Get past those 2 killers. Get in.
Okay.
I'll take the wheel. You 2 hold on now. All right, here goes. I'm cutting straight across the lawns and fields. Let's hope the tires hold.
Oh, they fired.
They don't get us now, we're safe. I think we made it. You all right back there?
I guess so.
Watch out. We're going straight through the fields to that patch of woods where we found the first victim of Gochujang.
Oh, for Pete's sake, why?
I'm going to perform the nastiest piece of business I've ever been forced to do. I'm going to run a human drag line. All right, Scotty, this is what we do. We're going to take the body of the unfortunate fellow and drag it.
Oh, it's Mark.
Get across Lucas's land, away from the house. Quick, give me a hand with the body.
Okay, Nick.
Why?
Set a drag line for Gochujang. Time to start moving, shall we?
Okay.
Nick, what's a drag line?
Folks use it down south for fox hunting, Patsy. Especially when there aren't any foxes in the neighborhood. It's an artificial trail.
Well, I understand, but why
For
do
the
we...
sake of Sheriff Crane and any men he may bring with him. Don't forget, Gochujang is around the house and grounds. And the killer. We've got to turn ourselves into bait to save their lives.
Good old howling horse. Why didn't Lucas leave him where he found him?
Nick, did Lucas discover Gochujang?
No, Patsy. A gentleman by the name of Marco Polo discovered him.
Marco Polo?
Yes. On just the other side of that tree, Scubby.
All right, Nick.
Gochujang was discovered many centuries ago. But he's unknown in the Western world. He was, that is, until Lucas brought him here. I warn you, sooner or later he'll pick up the scent of this trail we're making and come after us. And believe me, it'll be a tremendous shock.
Nothing could shock me anymore.
You've never seen anything like Gochujang, Scubby.
Golly. I've got the cream.
Fortunately, there's a brisk wind blowing. If he doesn't pick up this blood trail, maybe he'll pick up ours. And he... Wait. Hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
We're in luck. We've been scented. Keep moving, Scubby. Near the top of that little hill.
All right.
He got closer.
He's as fast as a racehorse.
Yeah, and he howls like a pack of... Nick, I just got it.
Good. No time to talk about it. All right. This is far enough. Put the body down, Scubby.
Okay.
Get your flashlight ready. Patsy.
Yes, Nick.
I want you to stand to my left. Here's an extra magazine for my automatic. Hold it. When I yell for it, slap it into my left hand.
Okay.
Oh, what a monster.
Stand by.
Oh, sounds awful close.
He should be in sight any second now. Right, Scubby, straight ahead.
Right. Nick, for the love of it.
It is a horse. A stallion.
No, it's a dog. A giant dog.
The killer. Look out.
You can't stop him.
Magazine, Patsy, quick.
Think the giant. For Pete's sake, get that gun loaded.
Right, here we are. It's all right now, Patsy. It's all right. We've stopped him. Steady. Steady.
Oh, golly, Nick. Oh, golly. It's so big, fantastic, blooming up into Scubby's flashlight.
It's all right. It's all right.
Nick, do you mean to say that thing was a dog?
I do. That was Goshi Jung, the fabulous, almost mythical Tibetan Mastiff. This is the first and probably the last time we'll ever see this breed. And in killing it, we've destroyed the monster that murdered Dr. C.B. Lucas.
In just a few minutes, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and describe the strange creature thought to be the howling horse. When your furniture was new, of course you were proud of its handsome, gleaming appearance. Since then, it may be that finger marks, dust smudges, the cloudy look of inferior polish have made your furniture look dull and unattractive. But with Linex Cream Polish to help you out, you can restore its appearance in double quick time. For Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, cutting the job in half. Yes, one quick application of Linex Cream Polish removes all the cloudy dullness from your furniture, leaves it gleaming and beautiful. And because it dries hard, leaving no oily film on the surface to attract more dust, it saves you future work as well. No wonder so many thousands of modern American women are coming to depend on Linex Cream Polish, the up-to-date beauty treatment for fine furniture. Get Linex Cream Polish now. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Clear Gloss, the longer-lasting brush-on finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that brings quick new sparkle to walls and ceilings. Chemtone covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself.
I'd heard of the Tibetan Mastiff before, Patsy. You'll find an interesting chapter on that strange animal in a pamphlet on Chinese dogs published by the Quan Company in Los Angeles in 1944. It's one of the oldest defense breeds in the world, and is so revered in Tibet that none has ever been allowed out of that country. Goshi Jung means dog of Tibet.
Oh. Well, aren't there any pictures, Nick?
No, the Tibetans do not permit pictures to be taken, Patsy. All we have are the descriptions of various explorers from Marco Polo down. All describe the giant dog as being the size of a horse.
Well, it sure was, Nick.
There have been attempts to steal one of the mastiffs and bring them out of the country, but in each case, the dog has either been stolen back or killed.
So Dr. Lucas managed to steal Goshi Jung.
Right. And brought it to his estate and then lived in constant fear, knowing the Tibetans would never let him keep the dog. He knew that sooner or later they'd send men to kill it. And they did.
And that's why he kept himself locked up?
Precisely. Lucas made that recorded warning to play over his PA system whenever strangers drove up. It was undoubtedly warned by some sort of mechanical device that was set off by our entrance to the grounds. He also repeated it in Chinese to warn off any Chinese gunmen who might have trailed him here.
Then it really was Lucas we heard.
Yes. You see, Patsy, the dog apparently turned savage and broke loose from the chains with which it was confined. Lucas could not recapture it, so it roamed the estate, killing everything it met.
Oh.
In fact, right before our eyes, we saw it kill a man. That was Mr. Fang's number 2 assistant, prowling around the grounds. The mastiff ran off with the dead man's head in its jaws, crashed into Lucas's house, and attacked Lucas himself.
Then it dropped the head of the Chinese and tore off Lucas's head and rushed off with it.
Exactly. That's why you and Scubby leaped to the conclusion that the head we found alongside Lucas's body actually belonged to that body.
Well, when did you first begin to understand what was happening, Nick?
When I saw that the first victim had been carrying an old Patterson Colt. There's only one section of the world that continues to use antique firearms, Patsy, and that's the mountain regions of China. In Tibet, you'll still find soldiers equipped with flintlock rifles and old Civil War weapons.
Golly. Well, what about those killers from Tibet that came after the dog, Nick? The men who thought you were Lucas.
Probably slipped off and started back for home. We'll never see them again, and there's no need to, really. They haven't been guilty of any crime. All the guilty parties in question have already paid in full.
Well, Nick, that was certainly an unusual tale. What's next week's story going to be about?
Next week, Ken, we're going to meet a strange young man who, as far as anyone knew, never touched alcohol at all. Yet apparently came home intoxicated night after night. Then one evening he was murdered.
And that was the evening he carried home with him a can opener 7 feet long.
And the murder was revealed by a silkworm.
A giant can opener and telltale silkworms. Sounds like a swell story. What's its title, Nick?
The Case of the Worried Worm.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson plays Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Alfred Bester. The programs are fictional, and any resemblance therein to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
NBC presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Thief.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Mostly I write about people, a great commodity. All kinds of people. Tall, short, honest, crooked, hopeful, and hopeless. You stand on the corner of State and Lake at noon and they rush by you like an unchecked avalanche. You buy a ticket at Soldiers Field and you see them again. A faceless, nameless mass of humanity. Shouting, shoving, pushing. They all look alike when you see them that way, in the aggregate. But take them one at a time. Watch them when they're worried or scared. Listen to them when they brag or weep. Listen well, don't jump to conclusions, and maybe you get yourself a story. That's my job. It was a brutal, hot night. It was too hot to hang around the city room, but the street wasn't any better. The air stood still, and so did my mind. I was as devoid of inspiration on what to tell my alleged readers as I was on ideas on how to keep cool. The seersucker suit I'd bought in the hopes it would give me a Princeton air only made me look like a wilted bookkeeper. I stood on the corner in front of the paper to take off my coat when a voice called from a parked car.
Hey, Stone, get in the car. Take you for a little ride.
I turned around, and the voice came from the back seat of a conservative job, a robin's egg blue limousine, and it belonged to Mushy Sindel. A dapper little hood who muscled into crime between Repeal and Kefauver. I wouldn't say he's the most powerful racketeer in Chicago, but when he calls for you personally, well, it's not considered polite to refuse. So I got in, and the car nosed its bulk into traffic.
How do you like my new car, Randy?
Real George. Hey, it's cool in here.
Naturally. You think I'm going to sweat my brains out?
How'd you get it so cool, Mushy?
Refrigeration. With a humidity like it is outside, you gotta use refrigeration. Gotta be careful with refrigeration. You know, too much, you catch cold. You see the schedule over here? What do you think? Thermostat. I even control the temperature.
Hey, that's terrific.
You're darn right. Nothing but the best. If you got the dough, you can buy anything. If it's hot, you cool it off. If it's cold, you heat it up. If you like something, you buy it. If you don't, you pay to get rid of it. Simple as that. Money talks.
With you, it yells murder.
You're a kidder, Randy. A real kidder.
You come a long way, Mushy. In the old days, bulletproof cars. Now, heat-proof.
With me, same difference. I'm a pretty good kidder myself, huh?
Well, that depends. Where are you taking me? I gather you didn't pick me up just to cool me off. I hope.
Ah, you're smart, Randy. Get right to the point. That's what I like about you.
Hey, you're cute, too. Where are we going?
I'm going to give you the break of your life, kid. I'm going to let you scoop every paper in town.
Oh? You're going to let the government look into your safety deposit box?
You're right, a real right.
Yeah. And I've enjoyed the ride, and I'm all cooled off now, and I've got a living to make, so if you'll have Handsome up there in the front seat stop this armored icebox, I'll dig up a story.
Relax, Stone, relax. It's all taken care of. I got you a story. Now, we'll get out here.
Here? This is the old Empress Theater.
So what?
Now, don't tell me that you're making book in the lobby.
Now, you know it ain't legal to make book anymore.
Yeah, I know. I just wondered if you knew.
Look, Randy, I laughed at your bum jokes, but this crack ain't funny. And ain't even friendly, see?
I see.
Okay, then. We go inside.
The Empress Theater had been dark for months, and judging from the deserted lobby as I followed Mushy, it was still dark. But as we got inside, I discovered there was a rehearsal going on. The pit was full of musicians. The electricians were experimenting with lighting effects. And on the stage, no less than 50 dancers were doing a chorus number. Mushy sat down on the aisle about midway in the house, and since it was cool there, so did I.
Watch those kids dance, eh? I bought me the best dancers in Chicago. You see those guys in the pit? Real long-hair musicians playing the winter for those symphony things, you know? Like I told you, money can buy anything.
Mushy, are you bankrolling this show?
So what's wrong with that? Baby's got talent. You wanted to die on the vine because she ain't got a showcase for it?
Baby?
The doll. Shh. Wait a minute. Here's Empress. Wait till you see her. Wait till you see the class she's got. This is going to open your eyes.
In one way, Mushy was right in his appraisal of Baby's talent. When she was on the stage, you weren't likely to close your eyes. She was a big girl, very blonde, and poured into a more off-than-on practice costume. She couldn't dance, that's for sure, but I'll give her this. She was willing to please. Baby didn't need a showcase for her talent. Baby needed a runway.
That's great, baby. That's wonderful. Wonderful, sweetie. Wonderful. Well, Randy, now you've seen her. What do you think, huh?
Oh, that's quite a girl.
Didn't I tell you?
Where's the story you brought me in to get?
Baby. Baby's a story. You're going to plug in your newspaper, see? Everybody in Chicago's going to know about her. When we open next month, she's going to be a smash, and then we go on to New York.
Wait a minute, Mushy, hold it. I don't do that kind of thing. You want George Davis. He handles the drama page.
Him, I don't know. You, I do. What do you want, huh? How much? Name your price.
Well, I'm flattered, Mushy, but...
Can't be bought, huh? Now, don't give me that. Everybody's got a price. Well, come on. Name your price. Well, you shut up there. I'm trying to talk. Hey, Joe. Go on with the rehearsal, huh?
I can't, Mr. Sindel.
What do you mean you can't? You're the stage manager, ain't you? What do you think I pay you for?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Sindel, but we've done everything we can without Mr. Jerome.
Jerome? You mean he didn't show up for rehearsal?
Oh, he showed up. They poured him out of a taxi. He's sleeping now in the dressing room.
So I wake him up. Do I have to think of everything? Got a bum on the stage.
Well, I'm afraid we can't. He won't see light of day till tomorrow.
Oh, no. Wait till Mushy Sindel gets through with him.
Mushy charged up toward the dressing rooms, followed by a nervous stage manager, followed by me. I was curious to see him buy his way out of this situation. But he didn't get beyond the stairs to the stage. He was stopped there by one of the chorus boys.
Please, Mr. Sindel, I know the dance.
Out of my way, kid. Out of
But
my way.
I'm Mr. Jerome's understudy. I know all the routines, all the numbers. If you'd only let me do it just this once, just for tonight.
Huh? Understudy, huh? You can do all the numbers, all the routines?
You bet I can.
You can, huh? All right, then what are we waiting for? Hey, Joe!
Oh, no, you don't, Mush.
Oh, now, baby.
I'm not going to dance with no amateur. I'm tired. I want to go home. My feet hurt.
Now, baby, don't forget, we're opening in a month. We gotta be good. We gotta practice. If this kid can dance with you, it'll be one more rehearsal. You'll be that much better, you see? You don't want that bum Jerome to steal all the notices, do you?
How much?
Now, go on, baby. Dance with a kid, will you? What do you got to lose?
Thank you, Mr. Sindel. You don't know what you've done for me.
Not to mention what he's doing to me.
The orchestra hit it and the lights dimmed. As they came up again, Baby and the understudy were discovered on stage, curled up on a big native drum. And they went into the number. It was painful to watch. Baby was way out of her class. She was way out of her class because the boy was great. How great I didn't realize until he did another number and another, and finally a solo. It was a blues number, low down and melancholy. And it could have been just that, just a dance routine, but he made it more, much more. He made it into a lament for a lost people. And yet, in it you could feel promise and hope. I'm not one to go wild for terpsichore, but the way this boy danced, he made it something intangibly sensitive, yet he gave it guts and virility. He could have made a stevedore understand what he was trying to say. Yes, and even Mushy Sindel. Mushy was watching the boy with a look on his face I'd only seen him wear when one of his nags was out in front. When the last bar was finished, and it was a spontaneous thing. Performers, stagehands, the most hard-boiled audience in the world applauding and cheering. Yes, sir, a real success story. The boy took a bow, and he was grinning from ear to ear, and then he ran into the wings.
Oh, what do you think, Ronnie? Huh? What do you think?
Oh, he's got it, Mushy.
I'm gonna make a star out of that kid. Why, he'll be the biggest thing on Broadway in the movies. I'll make him so famous he'll even be driving a car like mine. Hey, Joe! Hey, Joe! Oh, where is that stage manager? You can never find anybody. Joe!
Here I am, Mr. Sindel.
Hey, Joe, come here. Get that kid. I want to sign him up, exclusive contract.
Oh, I'm afraid you can't.
What do you mean you can't? We'll dump Jerome. We'll start a kid in his place.
But you can't.
Who do you think you're talking to? I can do anything. So Jerome makes a stink. I buy off his contract. I want that kid. I don't care what it costs, what we got to do. I want the kid. Now bring him in here.
But that's what I've been trying to tell you. He's gone.
What?
He quit.
What are you talking about? He can't quit.
But he did. 2 weeks ago, he gave in his notice. Tonight was his last night.
Well, why didn't you tell me before?
Well, I didn't think it was important. He was just a chorus boy.
Now, you let him get away. Why, you stupid, idiotic, crazy, no-good numbskull.
I decided not to wait for the bloodshed. I walked across the stage and was on my way to the stage door exit when Baby intercepted me.
Look, you.
Oh, me?
Yeah. Don't go making like we're lost and found, huh? Don't get any ideas about bringing that kid back here. He's gone. He's happy. I'm happy. Just leave it lay.
Oh, you didn't like his dancing?
You kidding? He was terrific, and you know it.
Oh, I see. It's the competition that bothers you.
Look, newsboy, with Jerome, this turkey will be stuffed. But with that kid, the show'll be a hit, and that means I got to sweat in the spotlight every night and soak my feet when the show's over and watch my weight. Think that's anywhere to live?
Well, I don't get it. Mushy said that he was putting on the show for you.
Oh, that mush. You don't have any brains. He thinks I belong in show business. But believe me, I've had my fill of show business, and up to here. I've done my time, 5 a day. Now all I want to do is relax, and I want to get fat, and I want to wear my mink coat and cook for Mushy. Maybe that little jerk will marry me. So don't go bringing that kid back here, okay?
It's okay with me. But you better check with Mushy. There was an interesting slant on the theater. A gangster bankrolling a show for a girl who didn't want a career. But if I knew Mushy, she'd have her career no matter what it cost. And there was even money he'd have the understudy's signature in a contract before the night was out. It was a newsworthy little item, but strictly for the drama page, and I still had a story to find. So I waved goodbye to Mushy. I walked out the stage door into the alley where the stage manager was cooling off after his bout with Mushy.
Who's he yelling at now?
The orchestra leader.
You know, this is the last time, believe me, that I'll ever manage a show for anybody like him. That ignorant, illiterate,
Mushy is all right. He's all right. He'll calm down when the kid comes back.
How did I know a thing like this would happen? Why, I'd never have accepted his notice.
Love to see that kid's face when he finds out they want him to replace the star.
Oh, he knows.
He knows?
Yeah, that's what burns me. The doorman tells me that he stood right there in the wings and heard the whole thing. He heard Sindel say that he'd make him a star. And then he just walks off and leaves me holding the bag.
Who is this boy?
Oh, just a hoofer, nobody. Name's Larry Wilson. Why, he hadn't worked in months until I give him a job.
But didn't he say why he was quitting? Didn't he say anything?
Well, not to me, he didn't. Saved his exit line for the doorman.
What did he say to the doorman?
Well, I'll give it to you verbatim. Not that it makes any sense. He said, and I quote, "Just think, Pop, I could have been a star."
Could have been?
Verbatim, could have been.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This coming Monday, thousands of children will be going back to school. 4 times a day, these children will be walking to and from school. You are urged to be careful, to be watchful, to be safe. Statistics show that in 1 year's time, 61,000 children were killed or injured by motor vehicles. Watch for children darting out from that blind spot between parked cars. Watch for them as they get on and off school buses. Watch for children playing on the sidewalks and crossing the streets going to and from school. Remember this slogan: a child may dare. Drive with care. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
What started off to be the cliche of the understudy had twisted its way into my line of fire. My curiosity was aroused, to say the least. What was Larry Wilson like, and why had he quit? It was easy to find out where he lived. The doorman had his address, along with the names and addresses of all the kids in the chorus. It was a theatrical boarding house on Gordon Street. A tired, mildewed-looking place with a landlady to match. Her name was Mrs. Digg.
If you've come about a room, I got one, but it ain't ready yet.
I'm not looking for a room. I'm looking for one of your roomers.
Oh, owe you some money, huh? Well, take it from me. It won't do you much good to done them, any of them. They're show people.
Well, I just want to talk to one of them, a boy by the name of Larry Wilson.
Oh, that one. A real creep. Take it from me.
Oh? In what way?
Keeps his room clean. I go in there, there's never anything lying around. Clean like a tomb. And dancing. What sort of a job is that for a man, dancing?
Well, this is all a very interesting character analysis, but I'd like to talk to Mr. Wilson if you'll call him.
You're too late. He's gone.
He's gone?
When he come back here tonight after the rehearsal, all flushed and excited, he danced up the stairs, mind you, whistling, as if the world wasn't gone to pieces and people didn't have trouble all over. I told the people in this house I'm like a quiet, respectable place. You'd think they were a cage full of monkeys the way these show people carry on.
Yeah, about Mr. Wilson.
Well, what about him? He's gone.
Well, where'd he go?
Well, how would I know? I'm the last one knows what's going on in my own house. I've been like a mother to these kids. I took care of them, fed them when they had the money to pay. And when they get a break, they just walk out on me. I said to him, I don't suppose we'll be hearing from you now that you've got your break. And he said, I won't forget you, Mrs. Diggs. Bless you, Mrs. Diggs. And that way he's got.
What way?
Oh, humble, I guess you'd call it. Well, he's got that humble act down pat.
If I may make an observation, you don't seem to like Larry Wilson.
What good does it do to like any of them? You wait on them hand and foot. When they get a break, they move out on you.
You keep talking about Larry getting a break. You mean the show he's been rehearsing with?
Oh, not that, no. Well, that ain't good enough for him, apparently. He's leaving town. Probably going to Hollywood. Oh, he told me about him offering the lead tonight. Well, take it from me. You can't believe these show people when they shoot off their mouths.
Well, you take it from me. It's on the level. They offered him the lead, and he turned it down.
See? What'd I tell you? He's got something better up his sleeve. He's going someplace grand to live where it'll cost him a lot more than here. And after I treated him like a mother.
Do you have any possible idea where I could find him?
Well, you might ask her.
Her?
Dan Dugan. She was always lollygagging around after him.
Well, where does Jan Dugan live?
Well, she lives here like all the rest of the unemployed actors in town.
Oh, well, would you call her, please?
You can't. She's not home. She'll get home till after 11.
Well, do you know where I could find her?
Sure, she's on the corner at the Ham and Egg. She slings hash there. Something no decent girl would have done in my day. Take it from me.
Yeah, I take it you've been a mother to Miss Dugan, too.
Just how do you mean that?
Well, if I tried to be explicit, I'm afraid you'd be insulted.
Well.
The mother of Chicago's unemployed thespian slammed the door in my face. The mother vulture, that is. I walked out of the corner where the white enameled ham and egg gleamed in the shabby neighborhood like an elk's tooth on a dark vest. It was 5 minutes of 11. There weren't many customers in the place. A dark-haired waitress was pinning on the cap and apron that was starched as stiff as celluloid, while a fragile blonde, about to go off duty, gave her a rundown on who had been served and who hadn't. I sat on a stool. The brunette waitress started to serve me. No, the blonde young lady, please.
But I'm going off duty, sir.
Is your name Jan Dugan?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you, if I could, about Larry Wilson.
Larry? What about Larry?
Well, my name is Randy Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star.
He's hurt. Something's happened to him. Has he had an accident? Is that it?
Oh, no. It's nothing like that. I just want to ask you some general questions about him. I'm a friend of Larry's.
Oh, all right. If you'll wait for me out on the sidewalk, I'll be right out, Mr. Stone.
I found a fire hydrant in front and waited for her. It's funny, I'd only exchanged a few words with her, but instinctively I felt this girl who was slinging hash because the theater hadn't found a place for her would one day be a great actress. Not because she was theatrical, she wasn't. She was plain, simple, and unaffected. She looked you right in the eye when she talked to you, and you could see it shining there back of her eyes. Sincerity and depth.
Well, I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Mr. Stone, but I'm not allowed to leave until the stroke of 11.
Mrs. Diggs says you're an actress.
Well, I think I'm an actress, but I haven't proven it to anyone else.
I thought we could talk for a minute. Shall we walk back to your boarding house?
Oh, no. It's bad enough to have to sleep there without being there when you don't have to.
Yes, I know. I've met Mother Diggs.
Oh, what about Larry? You said you were a friend of his?
Well, it's not exactly accurate. Let's say I'm a fan. I've never met him, but I saw him dance tonight.
You saw him dance?
Yeah. Didn't you know he went on tonight for Jerome? That they'd offered him the lead in the show?
Did they? Oh, did they really?
He'd have been on his way to being a star, but he turned it down. Mrs. Diggs said he must have had another offer.
Yes, another offer. Oh, I wish I could have seen him. You say he was good, huh?
He was magnificent.
Oh, I knew he would be. I've never seen him dance, but he's talked to me about it, and, well, I've talked to him about being an actress. Well, sometimes you just have to talk about it. It's like you're starving, and if you don't talk about it, you'll die.
Did Larry feel that way about dancing, I mean?
Oh, no. No, but then, of course, Larry was different than other people. He loved to dance, but he didn't need it, like I need to act. Larry was... Well, I guess you could say Larry knew where he was going, so he was never afraid of failure or success or, well, anything.
Why past tense, Jan? It's like you were saying Larry's gone for good.
I'm trying to get used to it.
Must be a pretty hot deal he's got. Seems he walked out on everything, even you.
He never was in love with me, Mr. Stone. Don't get that idea. And he couldn't help it that I was in love with him. Oh, he talked to me lots of times about it. He tried to get me to go out with other men, but it just wasn't any good.
Well, I didn't mean to probe, Jan. I'd like to talk to Larry. Do you know where he went?
Yes, I can take you there. And when you see him, will you give him a message for me?
Why don't you give it to him yourself?
Oh, no, I'd be afraid I'd cry, and I wouldn't want to do that.
All right, Jan. What's the message?
Well, tell him this afternoon when we said goodbye that, well, I said a lot of things I didn't mean. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I've thought about it, and I'm trying to get used to it. Tell him I won't ever forget him.
We walked down the street 2 or 3 blocks. She didn't look at me again. My mind was churning with the bits and pieces of the jigsaw that was Larry Wilson. I felt the frustration of a jigsaw addict who's searching for that last piece to complete the puzzle. Yet I couldn't ask Jan Dugan any more questions. I didn't have the heart to.
Here we are, Mr. Stone.
Here?
You'll find him in there.
She ran into the darkness, and I stood and looked at the gray stone building with its stained glass windows and cross. St. Michael's Church. But it wasn't in front of the church we'd stopped, but at the rectory. I went up the sidewalk and knocked at the door. An elderly priest opened it.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, Father. I'm looking for a young man by the name of Larry Wilson. I was told I could find him here.
Come in. In here, in my study. It's comfortable here.
Thank you.
Larry Wilson, huh? Sit down, young man. Sit down.
Thank you, Father.
And what did you want to see Larry about?
Oh, is he here?
Yes. He's in the church. No. Don't go in. No. Tell me, young man, what do you want to see him about?
I want to give him a message.
A message now?
Yes, from a girl named Jan Dugan.
Jan Dugan. And what is the message, if you don't mind telling me?
Well, I don't exactly understand it, but I gather that whatever he's going to do is okay with her.
A good girl, Jan. And is that all you came for, young man?
No, not exactly. See, Father, my name is Randy Stone. I'm a newspaper man. I'm afraid I came out of curiosity.
It's a good thing, curiosity, within reason. And what is it you're curious about?
Well, I caught a rehearsal tonight of a show. I saw Larry Wilson dance.
Did you now? And how was the lad?
Well, he was brilliant. That's the only word for it. He could have had the lead in the show. He could have become a star.
Star? You mean famous like the Kelly boy out in Hollywood?
Yeah, or a Stair, or Bolger. He's as good as any of them.
It's a great profession, dancing. Brings joy to the heart of the dancer, and it spills joy out over to everybody that watches. And you say Larry was good, and that he had what it takes.
Oh, that and more. But he ran out. That's what I'm curious about. Why does a dancer, one who can dance like he does, quit when success is right there?
No, hold it. Don't go jumping to conclusions, lad. Larry didn't run out. He made a decision tonight, and I might add, a very difficult one.
I don't follow you, Father.
When a man has a talent, it's a gift from God. He should cherish it and develop it and give it to the world. It's a lucky man to have a talent, but Larry had a problem. You see, he had two talents, and he couldn't follow them both. He had to give one up. The choice had to be from inside. It had to be right. And tonight, he made that choice.
What, Father? What other talent?
Oh, didn't you know, lad? Why, Larry's gone to school. He's leaving tonight for the seminary.
Seminary?
Yes. Larry's going to become a priest.
For the second time, I had no words. I picked up my hat and said thank you and good night. I walked out of the rectory down the sidewalk, and there, waiting for me at the curb, was the blue armored icebox and the man who could buy anything, Mushy Sindel.
Well, Stone, you took your time coming out.
How'd you know I was here?
I had my boys tell you when you started asking questions about this Larry Wilson. I know you'd track him down. Did you find him?
Yeah, he's in there.
Right in a church, huh? What'd a bum do? Cross me and sign up with some other show?
Yeah, something like that. I wouldn't go in if I were you, Mushy. I'm afraid he's not available.
What do you mean? Everybody's available. For a price.
Well, I don't know. I'll lay you odds you can't buy off his sponsor. He's signed for a long run.
No, just watch me operate. He stays in there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. You coming?
No, I got a story to write, but call me later at the paper, will you, Mushy?
Huh?
I'd like to get your reaction. People, the city's big commodity. Trying to figure one of them is like trying to figure the races. You call it one way and they run the other. Mushy Sindel, he was easy to figure. He followed a pattern right down the line. But Baby Now, there was a twist. Who'd pick her for a frustrated housefrau? And Larry Wilson? I'll never see anybody dance again without thinking about him. The boy who made the choice between the glamour and the glory. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by John and Gwen Bagney, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, G.G. Pearson, Shep Menken, Ruth Parrott, and Victor Rodman. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Here's a question that was asked of 113,597 doctors in a nationwide survey a few years ago. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Again and again since then, a cross-section of America's doctors has been asked that same question. And again, every time, the brand named most has been Camel. Yes, according to repeated surveys, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Now we bring you another transcribed adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, our fee deductible on next year's income tax. Richard Diamond, Private Deduction speaking.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, it's much too wordy to go over again.
Yes. Mr. Diamond, this is Fred Lane speaking. You once did a job for a friend of mine.
Well, if your friend wants his money back, tell him I've already spent it.
Oh, no, nothing like that. He recommended you.
Well, will wonders never cease?
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond. May I inquire as to your fee?
You may. $100 a day and expenses.
Oh, well, that is rather steep. But I think I can manage.
Spoken like a true millionaire, Mr. Lane.
I live at 1482 Riverside. Please get here as soon as possible.
Well, I'm pretty busy, but I'll try to.
Please do, Mr. Diamond. I'll have a check waiting for you.
Mr. Lane, go to your front door. I'm there. People who promise to have checks waiting are people for whom Diamond loves to work. I went downstairs, picked up my car, and drove to the address on Riverside. Rang the doorbell, the door opened. Then my blood pressure started doing push-ups. She was tall, blonde, and wore a dress that would have even been banned on television.
You must be Mr. Diamond.
Well, how can you tell? Don't other men drool?
Come in, please. Fred's expecting you.
Fred?
Mr. Lane, my husband.
Oh.
This way, please. Fred's in the den. I do hope you'll be able to help us, Mr. Diamond.
Well, so do I. Mrs. Lane, what seems to be the trouble?
I'll let Fred explain to you. This whole business has got me rather upset. It's in here. Fred?
Yes?
Mr. Diamond's here.
Oh, good. Come in, Diamond. Come in.
I'll be upstairs, Fred.
Of course, dear. Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you.
Ah, you got here in a hurry. You're certainly true to your word, sir.
I owe it all to my Boy Scout training.
Well, here, as I promised, check.
Oh, good. Now that we're both men of our word, let's make with some more words. Why do you want to hire me, Mr. Lane?
It's about my wife, Mary. She's being blackmailed, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I see.
It's been going on for a month now. Finally, last night she broke down and told me all about it.
All about what, Mr. Lane? Why is she being blackmailed?
She made a few mistakes before I met her. No reason to go into that now, but the blackmailer knows all about those mistakes.
You speak as if you knew who the blackmailer was, Mr. Lane.
I do. Perhaps I should clarify that a bit, however. I don't know the man personally, but Mary tells me he was a classmate of hers during her college years.
Mm-hmm.
She told me his name was Louis Dixon and that he was staying at the Brewster Hotel on 35th. I went there this morning to have it out with him.
And?
He checked out last night.
Huh. Mr. Lane, I still don't see why you hired me. Now that your wife's told you about the blackmail, you could just report it to the police. Next time this Dixon guy calls, they'd nab him.
I'm not interested in turning him over to the police, Mr. Diamond.
I don't quite follow you.
I'm only interested in seeing that he doesn't bother Mary anymore. When you locate Dixon, let me know. I intend to give him a thrashing he'll never forget.
That's letting a blackmailer off pretty easy, Lane.
Perhaps. But if we prosecute, well, publicity and all, I think Mary's gone through enough. Like I say, all I'm interested in is seeing that he doesn't bother her anymore. Call me about 5 and let me know what progress you made. Good day, Mr. Diamond, and good luck.
And that was that. Go find a blackmailer, Diamond, so your client can beat him up. Screwy? You bet. But the $100 check in my pocket made up for my own feelings on the case, and I set out to find one Louis Dixon blackmailer. Lane seemed to think Dixon would have a record, and if he was right, Lieutenant Walt Lemonson could give me a lead. It was almost noon when I parked in front of the 5th Precinct and walked into Walt's office.
Wow. Oh, Ricky boy, pull up a chair. Just in time to watch me finish my lunch.
Oh, you are so generous, Walter. No thanks.
No thanks what?
No thanks. I won't have a piece of your pie.
What's wrong with this pie? My wife made it.
That's what's wrong.
You insinuating my wife's a bad cook?
Of course not. She just bakes fattening pies. They're too doughy for
How do
me.
you know it's too doughy before you taste it?
You can tell by looking at it.
That's ridiculous. Here, now let me cut this piece in two. There. Now try it.
Oh, Walt.
Go on, try it.
Well.
Yeah. Is it doughy?
Not in the least.
I guess that proves she... Wait a minute.
Something wrong, Fatty?
You've eaten my wife's pies at the house before. You never thought they were dough.
Pour me some coffee, please, Lieutenant.
You know, I should book you for swindling. What do you want down here, anyway?
Oh, just a little peek at your files.
Who is it you're looking for this time?
A guy by the name of Louis Dixon. Ever hear of him?
Dixon? Well, Ralph Dixon, a pickpocket. Herbie Dixon, a con man. Well, I can't place a Louis Dixon offhand. What's his racket?
Blackmail lately.
Oh, charming. Why haven't we been called in on the case?
My client doesn't want publicity. Besides, he just wants to poke the guy in the snoot a few times and tell him he's been a bad boy.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Finish what's left of your pie while I go through the files. And, Walt.
Yeah?
Have your wife bake lemon meringue next time, huh?
Oh.
I checked the files. There was nothing on Louis Dixon. I thanked Walt, went to my car, and drove across town to a little bar called the Bat's Cave. The Bat's Cave was as dingy as the name implied, but I didn't go there for entertainment. I was looking for Rabbit Jones, the guy who knew more about the underworld than Rudolph Halley. Like most informers, Rabbit Jones was a mean, whining character, and he didn't like me any more than I liked him. But he did like my money, and I liked his information. It was always a fair trade. I found him in the last booth, nursing a half-filled glass of beer. Oh, hello, Rabbit.
Oh.
Oh, now that's a cheerful greeting. You must have won a horse race today. Or weren't you running?
Big joke. Ha-ha. Bill.
Oh, Rabbit, you spread sunshine wherever you go, don't you?
Who asked you to sit down? Oh, damn it, I get sick of you private dicks. Go bother someone else.
Oh, drop the small talk, Rabbit. I won't pay over the usual price, so don't make your information hard to get.
Maybe I got none to sell.
Pal, the day you stop selling information, I start knitting argyles.
Okay. Who is it?
Louis Dixon.
Where's the dough?
You know I always pay.
Well, this ain't my week for trusting people. Fork it over.
Suit yourself. There. Now about Louis Dixon.
I never heard of him. Let go of me.
Don't get smart, Rabbit. I pay for talk, straight talk.
Okay. Take your hands off of me.
I'm there.
Yeah. You rough boys got to show your muscles, huh?
Oh, shut up. You don't get my money unless you earn it, Rabbit, so start earning.
Yeah, like I say, I never heard of a guy named Louis Dixon. But you know, with my contacts, I can find out about him, so drop the rough stuff.
How long will it take?
It all depends. What's this Dixon guy's line?
Blackmail. There's a chance he might have been mixed up in some other rackets the past few years.
Give me 2 hours. If he's been around lately, I'll find out.
Now make it 1 hour. I'll meet you back here.
Okay. Hey, Diamond.
Yeah?
I wish I had more nerve. If I had more nerve, I'd slip a shiv in you some night.
Oh, I wish you had more nerve, too, Rabbit. I'd enjoy beating you to pieces for trying it. On your way, punk. Rabbit shuffled out of the bat's cave with a slow, heavy step, like a man reluctant to step out into the sunlight. I spent the next hour checking contacts of my own, then returned to the bat's cave and waited for Rabbit. He came in a half an hour late, took the stool beside me, and ordered a beer before he turned to me.
Oh, you picked some tough guys to get a line on, Diamond. Oh, I had a bad time.
Stop singing the blues, Rabbit.
And if the guy has worked the rackets, he's been quiet about it. I couldn't find one guy who knew him.
You sure of that, Rabbit?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. I did find a few guys who'd heard of him, though.
Keep talking.
Now, 2 different guys were at Squeaky Horner's floating crap game the other night. And they say a guy named Louis Dixon was there.
How did they know it was Dixon?
Well, we was flashing dough around, telling everyone what a big shot he was.
But they don't know where he is now.
Well, if they did, I'd tell you. Maybe Squeaky Horner knows. He ran the game.
Well, where's Squeaky now?
When the game folds for a few days, Squeaky hangs out around the Penny Arcade at 3rd and Chestnut.
I know the place.
Well, then go and talk to him. And let me drink my beer in peace.
I passed a few more insults with Rabbit as I paid a check, then drove to the Penny Arcade, 3rd and Chestnut. Squeaky Horner was hunched over a pinball machine, and when he saw me, his eyes lit up like the tilt sign.
Ricky Diamond, hey. How you been, Rick?
No, not bad, Squeaky. You?
Great. Hey, look at that score. Got a nickel?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Thanks. What brings you down here, Ricky?
I understand a guy named Louis Dixon was at your game a few nights ago.
Hey, Rick, there's a lot of boys drop in from time to time. It's hard... you say Dixon?
That's right.
Yeah, I remember him, a blowhard. Every time he rolled a dice, he said, Louis Dixon's the best crap shooter in town. Prove it, Dice. That's what he said.
You ever seen him before, Squeaky?
Let me see. No, he was a stranger. I got a good memory for faces. This boy I never seen before.
Oh, great. Was he with anyone you might know?
I'm afraid not, Rick. He come alone and he left alone. Wish I could help you, though.
Thanks, anyway.
Thank you for the nickel. Man, hey, look at that score go up.
Squeaky's score was running very high, but mine was still 0. So far, not one definite lead as to the whereabouts of Louis Dixon. I spent another half hour combing the known informers, but to no avail. A little after 5, I went to a phone booth and called my client, Fred Lane.
Hello?
Mr. Lane?
Who's this?
Richard Diamond.
It's Walt, Rick.
Walt, what are you doing there?
Can't you guess?
Oh, no.
Fred Lane, your client, Rick?
Yeah?
Better get over here right away. You are now unemployed.
Lane?
That's right. Murdered.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Here is an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
How mild can a cigarette be? Here's a good way to find out. Make the 30-day Camel Mildness Test a sensible test based on steady smoking. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days and compare them in your T-zone. T for throat, T for taste. See how much you enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor pack after pack as your steady smoke. See how well Camels agree with your throat week after week as your steady smoke. You'll soon see why Camel is America's most popular cigarette by billions of cigarettes per year. Yes, and you'll soon be a steady Camel smoker.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Fred Lane's body lay on the floor of his den. There was a letter opener lying beside the body, and it fit the hole in his back. Tomorrow morning's paper would carry Fred Lane's obituary. It would tell where he was born, what he did with his life, and when he died. But it wouldn't tell who killed him. And that's what I wanted to find out.
Looks like you really put up a fight, Rick?
Yeah, the room's torn up a lot. Who did it, Walt?
Louis Dixon, the guy you've been out looking for.
Do you have him?
Mrs. Lane gave us the information. Seems Dixon came here to the house about 2 hours ago. He wanted more dough for Mrs. Lane.
Pretty nervy to come right here.
Yeah. I guess she figured Lane might be out. Anyway, Mrs. Lane called her husband. Fred came in, invited Dixon into the den for a talk, and sent Mrs. Lane upstairs.
Oh, well, that fits. Lane starts beating up Dixon. Dixon grabs the letter opener and kills Lane.
That's the way it figures. Mrs. Lane said she heard the struggle, but her husband had told her to stay in her room, and then she heard Dixon run out, so she came down and found the body and called us.
Did you get the prints off the letter opener?
No. Mrs. Lane said Dixon was wearing a pair of gloves when he came in. Chances are he never took them off.
Oh, that's great. Well, Fatty, I hope you have more luck picking up Dixon than I had. Nobody around town seems to know him.
Well, Mrs. Lane gave us a good description. I put out an APB. What about you? You still on the case?
I was about to give it up when I phoned. But I can keep going as long as my legs hold up.
Good. I'd like to nab this Dixon guy as quick as possible.
Me too, Walt. I don't like people to go around killing my clients. Just isn't good for business. The boys were taking the body down to the morgue as I left. It looked like a hard day for my shoe leather. The only thing I could do was keep pounding the pavement in search of someone who knew or had known Lois Dixon. Cigarette stands, boogie joints, cheap boarding houses, nothing. Down to the Bowery, missions, small bars, guys on the corners.
Louis Dixon? Yeah, never heard of him.
And so it went. I headed back for my office in the comfort that comes when you sit in a chair with your feet on the desk. But when I reached the entrance of the office building, Squeaky Horner was standing there waiting for me.
Hey, Ricky, where you been? I've been waiting here a long time, almost an hour.
Oh, what's on your mind, Squeaky?
You still looking for Louis Dixon?
That's a silly question. Why?
Because I seen him about an hour and a half ago.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I got a good memory for faces. After I leave the arcade, I'm walking up third and I see him. Big as life.
Where is he now?
I tail him, see? He goes into Henry's flop house. He's staying in one of Henry's rooms. Not in the hall like most of the guys. He's under another name.
What name, Squeaky?
Jack Layton. You want I should take you to the place, Ricky?
Yeah, Squeaky. I want that you should.
Here's the room, Ricky. You want I should knock?
Never mind.
What?
Just hold it right there, Layton. Or is it Dixon?
What are you talking about? What's the idea of busting in here like this?
What about it, Squeaky? Is he the guy?
No doubt about it, Ricky. He's the same guy who was at the game a few nights ago.
What game are you talking about? I never seen you before in my life.
All right, Squeaky. I can take it from here. Thanks a lot.
Anytime, Ricky.
Hey, what gives anyway, bud?
Suppose you tell me, Dixon.
Why do you keep calling me Dixon? The name's Jack Layton.
Well, we'll see about that. There's one person who should be able to identify you for sure. Fred Lane's widow. Get your hat, pal. Well, it looked like the end of a hard day. I forced Layton, or Dixon, outside and into my car. Then we drove to the Lane house on Riverside. The police had left, and Mrs. Lane was alone. I took my man inside, and Mrs. Lane looked at him closely. I knew it would be just like the movies. She'd point and say, "That's him. That's the man, Mr. Diamond."
I'm sorry, Mr. Diamond.
What?
I've never seen this man before in my life.
This, dear children, is the story of why a detective gets ulcers. But as I was driving Layton back toward town, I began thinking. Squeaky Horner had never been wrong about a man before. And why had Dixon been so hard to locate? I hadn't been able to turn up one man who knew him. So instead of driving Layton back to his room, I drove to the Brewster Hotel, where Lane said Dixon had been registered for a week. There it was a different story. The desk clerk positively identified Jack Layton as the man who had registered as Louis Dixon. At last, things began to shape up.
Why did you bring me here to your office? I want to get back to my room.
You heard what the desk clerk said. You registered as Louis Dixon. Why?
Oh, that desk clerk was loony. He made a mistake. You heard what Mrs. Lane said. She never saw me before.
So she said. But I think differently, Layton. And up here all alone, we can have a nice little chat. You're going to tell me all about it.
I got nothing to say.
No? Well, then suppose I open the conversation. Now, that was the first sentence, Layton. Now, do I start on a paragraph, or will you talk instead?
I don't know a thing.
Okay, stupid. We'll do it the hard way.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Hello, Mrs. Lane. Mind if I come in?
Of course not. Please do.
Suppose we go into the den. I'd like to have a little talk with you, Mrs. Lane.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling too well, Mr. Diamond. The shock and all.
Oh, yes, of course. It must have been trying, my bringing that Layton man here for you to identify.
Well, yes, it was. If you could come back tomorrow, perhaps.
Oh, I'm afraid not, honey. Now.
Very well. I'm sorry you picked up the wrong man, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, sure, yes. Oh, it's funny. 2 other people swore he was the man known as Louis Dixon.
Well, it's hard to identify someone accurately, I imagine. But I was certain he wasn't Dixon.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've tidied up the den quite a bit.
Just what is it you wanted to talk to me about, Mr. Diamond?
Well, there's no hurry. Say, this is a handsome room. Nice house, too. And all yours, along with everything else your husband owned.
That's rather a cruel thing to say.
Oh, come off it, Mary. It was a wild scheme.
What do you mean?
I mean that you invented a phony character, a Louis Dixon, and set up a murder with every clue pointing to a man who never existed.
You're crazy.
No, Mary. You were crazy to think a stunt like this would ever work. You hired a bum named Jack Layton, gave him money, had him register at the Brewster Hotel as Louis Dixon. Then you had him hit some of the gambling joints and make sure people heard his name as Louis Dixon. Then he was to disappear.
I won't stay here and be insulted.
No? Well, soon I'll take it down to headquarters. You can be insulted there.
Well, I hope you have proof, Mr. Diamond. You'll need it.
Well, Layton was reluctant at first, but let's say I persuaded him to talk. I dropped him by the 5th precinct on my way over here.
How much do you make as a private detective, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, Mary, don't talk like that. First chance you got, you'd stick a knife in my back, too.
Well, it was just a suggestion. After all...
No, drop it now. Well. First a letter opener on your husband, and now you try to bean me with a paperweight. Honey, you're just not safe around a desk, are you?
Rick?
Yes, Helen, dear?
I've been thinking.
Show off.
No, really. I think you should put your business on a more dignified level.
You don't say.
You should try and attract a higher type clientele.
Oh, I don't know. This Lane fellow I worked for today was no slouch.
But what happened to him? He got killed. That's the trouble with your cases. They're too dangerous. If You don't get into trouble, your clients do.
True.
You should concentrate on more simple cases for wealthy clients, like divorce cases and inheritance claims.
Oh, great. Maybe I should even carry a powder puff in my shoulder holster.
All right, so it wouldn't be as exciting. Get the same fee and you wouldn't get so many black eyes.
Then I couldn't come here to you for sympathy, dear.
Rick, I'm serious.
Okay, honey, okay. Now tell me, just how do I go about attracting a higher type clientele, as you put it?
Well, you start off by putting on a more pretentious front.
Meaning I eat more?
Meaning you act a little more dignified.
Well, do go on, Natasha.
You should also have someone at the office to answer the phone for you.
Oh, Helen, it only rings once or twice a day. I think I have enough strength to pick up the receiver that often.
Well, it's strictly for appearances.
Oh, I see. Anyone in mind for the job?
Well, I have a lot of free time.
Well, fine, dear, fine. I'm glad it's free. I should be able to afford that.
And then after we build up the business... Rick, are you listening?
Hmm? Oh, sure, baby, sure.
You are not. You're just waiting for me to take a pause so you can sneak in a song.
Oh, honey, how can you be so suspicious? But, since you did bring up the matter...
I should have known better.
Oh, live and learn, dear, live and learn. If they ask me, I could write a book about the way you walk and whisper and look. I could write a preface on how we met, so the world would never forget. And the simple secret of the plot is just to tell them that I love you a lot. Then the world discovers, as my book ends, how to make two lovers of friends. Then the world discovers, as my book ends, how to make two lovers of friends.
Oh, very nice.
Well, thank you, sweet.
Only now let's get back to your business.
Oh, who wants to talk about business? Come here.
Now, Rick, stop it. Rick, I wanted to... Oh, Rick.
Oh, now then. You were saying I should get on a more dignified level.
I what?
Oh, that's what I like. The gal with a one-track mind.
Dick Powell will return in just a moment. What's America's most popular cigarette? Camel is in the lead by billions of cigarettes per year. One reason is that America's smokers have found out how rich, how flavorful Camels are, pack after pack. Another reason is that America's smokers have discovered how well Camels agree with their throats week after week. Are you smoking the cigarette America enjoys most? If not, start smoking mild, flavorful Camels tonight.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of friendship and to help show hospitalized veterans and service personnel that America remembers them, the makers of Camels send thousands of packs of Camels to service and veterans hospitals every week. This week, the gift Camels are going to Veterans Hospitals, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Bay Pines, Florida. U.S. Naval Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee, to all hospitals operated by the Alaskan Air Command. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Dick Carr with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg was heard as Helen Asher and Alan Reed as Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Others in the cast were Benny Rubin, Mary Jane Croft, Howard McNear, and Peter Leeds. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Detective Agency?
Hey, it's me, Sammy the Spade.
Sam, it's not true, is it?
Every word of it. What?
That you've been consorting with unsavory characters?
Well, she was a savory enough girl, Effie, although a crook.
Well, according to the paper, she's practically a murderess. Not to mention that she's dancing the Roomba with you.
That's a lie.
There's a picture of you. Virginia Vale, gangland glamour girl, caught at the Club Iberia in barefoot Roomba with private eye.
It was not a Roomba, it was a bambuco.
Oh, Sam, not over the phone.
I can't stop it. Stay where you are. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Lawless Caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Say, have you gotten acquainted with Wild Root Cream Oil yet? Tell you what, mister, if you haven't, even if you don't use any hair tonic at all, why not ask at your drug or toilet goods counter tonight or tomorrow for the brand new 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil. You like the way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. You never dreamed one hair tonic could do so much. So give it a try. Get the generous new 25-cent bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all, in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I think I'm getting it, Eddie.
You've lost your shoes.
Ready, sweetheart?
Yes, Sam.
No questions?
No, Sam.
That picture in the paper doesn't mean a thing, Effie. There was nothing between Virginia and me.
Just wasn't room.
Well, that bambuco, you know, that's the way we dance it. Authentic.
Sam, I troubled to call my girlfriend, Edna Mae Schwartz, who is an instructor at Arthur Murray's.
Mm-hmm.
I quote, "The partners exchange graceful nods in the center of the dance floor and then separate.
Well,
as the senorita provocatively leads the pursuing caballero through a series of gay whirls, turns, and figures."
There, you see, provocative.
But he never catches her, Sam.
Well, I had my shoes off. That gave me the advantage.
You know best, Sam.
Well, that clears that up. Date?
August 29th.
I will give the date. Fill it in.
That still doesn't explain your operating on the wrong side of the law.
Down, Effie.
This goes to John M. Lawless.
A known gangster?
What else? From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Dun, 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 dun.
Boom.
Well, thank you, Effie. Subject, Joe Morales. Dear Johnny, you hired me yesterday morning, but the real start of it was back in 45. Flashback. San Francisco was just recovering from VJ Day, and crime was practically at a standstill, because your number one competitor in the West Coast mobs had just been rubbed out, and you were on trial for same. Nothing about the trial made any sense. The tea-time chatter in the better pool rooms was that you were taking the rap for your worst enemy, Joe Morales. What made even less sense, the lawyer defending you was Joe's brother. So I wasn't a bit surprised to receive your check for $25, together with an invitation to be in the third row of the courtroom when the jury returned the verdict. I was.
The defendant will please rise. Step forward, please. Have you anything to say why judgment of this court should not be passed upon you?
Yeah. It's a bad beef.
The judgment of this court is that you, John Lawless, for the crime of manslaughter, having feloniously run down, run over, and killed with a certain automobile the deceased person named in the indictment, and having subsequently departed the scene in violation of the hit and run statute, are hereby sentenced to a term of 3 to 10 years in the state prison of the state of California.
You didn't even look at the judge while he was dishing it out. Your eyes were on the man sitting directly in front of me, the man you were supposed to be taking the rap for, the man you had deliberately planted me behind, Joe Morales. I wondered what that meant. When the judge brought down his gavel, I found out. You came up the aisle with a deputy on one arm and your lawyer on the other. He seemed upset about something.
I'm sorry, Johnny. I did the best I could. They've given me the judge I asked for.
You passed on that jury, you cheap shyster.
Okay, just wait till you get my bill.
Shut up. Now, wait a minute, Sheriff. I want to speak to a friend.
Hey, Johnny, hurry it. We got a train to catch.
Hey, you, Joe.
Yeah, Johnny?
I got just this to say to you. I'm going up, but I'm not staying, see? If I'm not paroled out in 3, I'll break out. Either way, I'll get you, even if it means a murder rap.
Oh, now listen, Johnny.
You heard me, Spade?
Yeah, Johnny, I wish I hadn't.
Well, Johnny, we gotta go.
Okay. Don't forget what I said, Joe. So long, Sam.
Good luck, Johnny.
Hey, Sally.
Yeah, Joe?
You hear what he said?
I know.
He's gonna knock me. This guy's a witness named Spade. Spade, my brother Sally.
Salvador Morales. You may have heard of me.
Yeah, if I'm ever up in a hit and run, remind me not to hire you.
Come along, Spade, where we can talk quietly. Just over here. My conference room.
Look, we got nothing to talk about.
Oh, yes, we have.
Watch it. I just got this suit pressed.
Yeah, right in here.
Sally, is it all over? How did it come out?
Where were you?
In the air. I couldn't force myself to stay out there. What did he get?
3 to 10.
3 to 10, is that... Oh, I mean, how terrible. How terrible.
Best I could do. This is Sam Spade, my dear. Miss Virginia Vale, Johnny Lawless's fiancée.
The San Quentin widow.
Well, how's Trex, Virginia?
Why did they bring you here?
Maybe they know.
He's a witness.
Witness?
To a threat Johnny made against my brother's life. My own client.
What's funny?
Ask your brother. That threat would even get you a writ against him to keep the peace.
What do you mean, Sam?
Sweetheart, threats don't mean anything in law unless they're backed up by some action. Even if he told you the when, the where, and the how, it wouldn't be worth anything until you're dead.
But it would be worth something then?
Sure, it shows premeditation.
Then if he knew he was overheard and you'd be forced to testify if anything happened to Joe...
Hey, beautiful. What are you trying to do to me?
Well, I mean, he'd think twice before he tried anything. You'd be safe, Joe.
Well, honey, I didn't know you cared.
About you, I don't. I just wouldn't want Johnny to do anything foolish.
End of flashback. That was 3 years ago. A lot of big news has broken since then, but the only items that interested you in San Quentin were printed on the inside pages of the local press. Item: Virginia Vale, your fiancée, got herself engaged to Joe Morales, your worst enemy. And item: Salvador Sally Morales, your mouthpiece, had taken over your mob. Which brings us up to yesterday morning. Yeah?
That you, Sam?
Who's this?
Johnny Lawless, remember me?
No.
I was hoping you'd say that. Look, Sam, I got a job for you.
Call Peeper Breen. He may need it bad enough.
I've got no contacts in the mobs anymore. This is clean.
How clean?
A chance to save an innocent man from the gas chamber.
Well,
There's $1,000 in it for you.
Wait till I get a pencil. Now, what was the address?
The Alma Arms on Pine Street near Jones.
Yeah?
Buzzed me 3 times. 1 long, 2 short.
and make sure there's no one on your tail.
Got it. I was not tailed. I found your name on the bell panel, buzzed one long and two short, and the automatic lock clicked me in. You were waiting one flight up in the open door of your apartment. You didn't say anything, just made sure it was me, motioned me inside, locked the door, and led me back to a bedroom.
Well, there it is, Sam.
Mm-hmm. Joe Morales. Dead about 3 hours, I'd say. 4 slugs, chest, shoulder, and head. Looks like amateur work, a professional aims for the belly, or did you mean it to look like an amateur job?
Would I be sap enough to drop him in my own apartment? Besides, he's my lawyer's brother, and I might need Sally again.
Why did you call me?
Well, you heard what I said to Joe after the trial.
Who told you that, Virginia?
Yeah, but she didn't have to. Didn't I ask you to sit there?
Oh, that's one thing that worries me.
Look, let's go in the other room, huh? I feel like a drink. Well, here's my pitch, Sam. I checked out of San Quentin yesterday morning. I didn't have a mark against me. The warden himself put my case before the parole board. He called me the ideal prisoner.
Shall we dance?
Okay, Sam, okay, but a man can change a lot in 3 years. So can a woman. Virginia met me at the gate when we drove into the city. We didn't have a thing to say to each other. The way I felt by the time the ride was over, Joe could have her and welcome. I had other plans.
Such as?
Well, the parole board was getting me a job with a mining firm, a surveyor. I took a course up at Quentin.
You seriously expect me to swallow this line of guff?
Listen, you don't get fat making a living on the mace. Take half of these guys you hear telling the world what wonders they are at puffing boxes, knocking over joints, and the rest of the lays. Yeah, not half of them make 3 meals a day at it. Then what chance has a guy without a regular racket? And, brother, that's me.
I'll buy that for now. Let's talk about that dead body.
All right. Well, I called Joe on the phone this morning, see, and I told him to meet me here at 3 this afternoon. I wanted to tell him, forget about what I said about how I was going to get him. Not that I wanted to write off that rap I took for him. But if he was scared, he might come gunning for me. I might have to break parole to defend myself. About Virginia, like I told you, we got nothing to talk about.
Yeah, it was beautiful while it lasted. So he was due here at 3, huh?
Huh? Yeah. I was held up. As a matter of fact, I was with my lawyer at the time.
Sally?
Yeah, I phoned the building and told the superintendent to let Joe in, and then I got here about 4:15. But I didn't find him till just before 6 when I called you, Sam.
How come?
Well, I just didn't look in the bedroom. I figured he got tired waiting and left, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, look, Johnny, assuming your story is true, and if it isn't, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Who do you think did it?
Well, that depends on why. If it was somebody gunning for him, it would depend on what's going in the mob since I've been in Quentin. You know more about that than I do. If it was somebody trying to frame me...
What do you mean, trying?
Hey, wait a minute.
I got a phone homicide. You must have known that when you called me.
Yeah, that's why I ripped the wires out.
That's cute. That's very cute.
Oh,
that makes you look real good.
Look, Sam, look. I'm not asking you to do anything extracurricular. Sure, you have to yell cop, but you'll do it over a pay station downstairs. And by the time anybody can get back up here, that stiff will be out.
It will. Well, how's that going to be done?
I got a friend in the undertaking business. Met him up at Quentin. He just installed a new crematorium.
You should have called him first.
I did, but I can call him off.
You're stir-happy.
Look, Sam, how about it, huh? So the cops come in tonight, tomorrow. Who cares? Not Joe, the weather he'll keep. What do you say, Sam? What do you say?
I say you're probably bluffing, that you got no way of getting rid of the stiff, but on the outside chance that you might not be bluffing, I'll swing along with you for a couple of hours. If I don't turn up anything by then, the deal is off.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but this isn't...
Hey!
Sorry, I got to do it. I hated to do it, Johnny. You were out of condition and you weren't expecting it. But I wanted you to look like a hospital case. After you went down and out, I transferred my fee from your wallet to mine, examined your wounds, and decided you were good for 2 hours at St. Agnes Hospital, where I know the head nurse. Incidentally, that reminds me. So without further delay, I toted you downstairs, threw you into a taxi, and delivered you to the ambulance entrance. That's when I remembered that I had forgotten one thing. I hadn't given you a chance to call off your alleged undertaker friend. I was sure that part of your story was bluff, but just to make sure, I rushed back to your apartment in less time than it takes the average undertaker to back his hearse out of the garage, I thought. When When I got there, I wasn't so sure. The apartment had been tidied up, ashtrays emptied, glasses put away. They'd even vacuumed the rug. The blood-stained bedspread had been removed, and with it, the corpus delicti. I found myself humming an old tune. I ain't got no body.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Lawless Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
In most murder cases, there are too many suspects, too many motives, and too many clues from the very beginning. I'd been on this one 3 hours, and I succeeded in turning up no suspects, no clues, and the most shameful thing of all, I had lost the body of the victim. I consoled myself with the thought that he was in no condition to tell me anything anyway. But then neither were you, Johnny. You'd checked out of the hospital, no forwarding address. But in a gin mill down in the Mission, I found a character with the unlikely name of Porky Grout. Porky is theoretically alive and will tell all he knows about anybody, which is plenty, but 2 fingers of rye. I gave him a handful. Easy.
The Joe Morales mob.
Yeah.
They dusted this town. They moved to Las Vegas 5-6 months ago.
How come Joe stayed in San Francisco?
Him and his brother had a beef with each other.
That's Sally Morales, the lawyer?
Yeah, the mouthpiece.
Not too close. What was it all about?
That dame, Virginia Vale. After she and Joe framed Johnny Lawless on that hit-and-run job, they disagreed on methods of administration.
Not so close.
So she and Sally team up. And Sally uses his business connections to pull off this big combine, you see?
Yeah, I heard of it, Las Vegas. How do I get to Sally?
My throat's dry. I can't hardly talk.
Hey, Riley, put out the bottle. And bring an air wick.
Yeah, that's right. Oop, so sloppy.
Easy, I'll help you. Great, huh? Great stuff. Not too close.
Now, when do you want to get to him? Tonight?
Right now.
Let me see now. The dame don't dance to nothing but rumba music, and she don't drink nothing but imported French champagne.
Yeah.
Furthermore, she don't go nowhere where she don't get her picture taken. And he don't dare take a drink in a place that pays him protection. Well, this being after hours, there's only approximately one place they could be at. That's the Iberia out on Van Ness.
Thank you and good night, Porky Grout. If your friends won't tell you, I will.
What?
Please don't bother to answer. I didn't have any trouble picking out their table. Virginia spotted me at about the same time, grabbed up her purse, muttered an excuse to her escort, and edged around the dance floor. She caught me in the middle of a bambuco, a combination of a rumba, a samba, and guaracha. and whirled me lightly out onto the floor. I followed as best I could.
Listen, you shouldn't have come here.
How did I know? Our first dance would be at Don Pucco.
Oh, you danced divinely.
Oh.
But you must leave at once. Sally is insanely jealous, and he's in an especially bad mood tonight.
Yeah, so am I.
I know why you came.
You went up on me.
Johnny Lawless has been in touch with you, hasn't he?
You talked to him since yesterday morning?
No. He's bound to get in touch with you. I don't know what story he's told you, but don't believe a word of it. He only wants to get you out of the way so he can get back at Joe. Joe thinks Joe framed him into San Quentin.
You can stop worrying about Joe.
Sam, what are you...
He's dead, if that's news to you.
I think you'd better talk to Sally after all. Come on.
I was just getting the hang of it.
Well, my dear, so you've met another old friend.
Hello, Sally.
Hello. Sit down, Spade.
Thanks.
Sally.
Huh?
Sam says Joe is dead.
Joe? Murdered?
Yeah.
Well, it was bound to happen. I warned him to get out of town before Johnny Lawless came back.
Johnny says he was with you when it happened.
Juries don't go for alibis, Spade. Best defense I could give him would be that I defend him despite the fact he's accused of killing my own brother. But look here. As his attorney, I have the right to know what he retained you for.
To find out who did kill Joe. That's what he said.
Have you found out?
Not yet.
Any leads?
Not many.
Now, what's the difficulty?
The corpse. Somebody swiped it.
You can't mean that.
I can, and I do.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Unless Johnny arranged it himself. But he couldn't have. No contacts. Of course, he might have disposed of it without help. It's been done, you know.
Not tonight. I'm his alibi there.
I don't believe it. You're just telling that story to see how we'll react.
That's why I'm telling it, but it's not a story. It's the McCoy.
Sally, what can it mean? If Johnny didn't do it, then somebody must have done it to frame him. And if they did that, they wouldn't turn around and get rid of the evidence, would they?
What? Well, the whole thing is wild.
You know, there might have been two people who thought they were a team, but one of them was really working against the other and for Johnny.
Well, that's absurd, isn't it, Sally?
Is it, my dear?
He's trying to play us off against each other. Don't fall for it, Sally. I had nothing to do with any of it. You've got to believe that.
Yes, I was sure of you when Johnny was out of the way.
You wanted him out of the way. You admit it.
You're still in love with him, aren't you? Aren't you?
Alice, you're hurting me.
Hurting? I'll help the DA write his brief. You'll go to Tehachapi for body snatching.
Go ahead. I can't wait to get on the stand. The things I'll tell about you, how you let Johnny go up on that hit and run when you knew it was my idea and I was in the car with Joe.
You will. Not a jury in the country would blame me for protecting my own brother.
Protecting him? You were framing it even then. So you can have me for yourself.
Oh, I'll have you in the gas chamber if you keep insisting.
Your own brother. Squeeze out of that one if you can.
How about the body? Love of woman surpasses brotherly love. I can see the jury now, eating it up. Victim of a designing woman caught in the court.
Nuts. I don't care whether either of you is guilty or both or neither or whatever. If I get that body back tonight, I'll let the cops worry about it. If I don't, I'll confess to everything myself and name all three of you as accomplices.
All right, Spade. You say your only concern is that body?
Right.
Here's $500. Another $500 when you find it, huh? Does that convince you?
Well, it helps.
Here, my diamonds. Take them all.
No, keep the diamonds, Virginia. If Sally gets sent up first, you'll need them for your defense. Think it over, kids. I'm calling the cops right now. I think it's 1 foot back.
Homicide, Lieutenant Garrett.
Roy, Sam Spade. Where's Dundee?
Oh, he's asleep. Sam, I've been trying to reach you.
Yeah, but do you know why?
Why, sure, about Johnny Lawless. Is there something we don't know, Sam?
Well, I'll come down and give you a statement. It's about Joe Morales.
Well, what about him?
Well, he got knocked off, and somebody lifted the corpse.
Oh, Sam, nobody lifted it.
Then who did?
We picked it up, Sam, right after you called us.
Right after Oh, yeah. Yeah, what time was that?
Let's see, I got it here. 20 minutes past 6. Lose your watch?
That ain't all.
What's that, Sam?
Call you back. What's up, Sally?
Come out of there.
Well, I wasn't planning to spend the night in a phone booth. Why the heater?
It's for you, Sam.
You must be nuts pulling a gun in a crowded joint like this.
Hey, stop looking at it. Come on. Up those stairs.
Now, look, Sally.
In there.
Easy. Where's your girlfriend?
Well, I sent her home, Sam. She can't stand the sight of blood.
You clown.
Oh. You were pretty funny, too, when you made that phone call. I didn't believe you'd go through with it.
What makes you think I'm interested in that old rap? Johnny's already done the time for it. Joe can't talk, and I don't want to.
I don't care what you want. It's what I want. That's what counts.
Does it? You wanted Virginia? You got it.
Oh, not the point. Just doesn't sound good. Salvador Morella's sweetheart going up on a murder rap.
Well, you trimmed it down to manslaughter for Johnny Lawless, and she's enough prettier to rate an acquittal, or are we talking about the same killing? You think Virginia killed Joe Morales, don't you? Why? Because she seems so anxious to pin it on Johnny Lawless.
Well?
Well, nothing. Only I've got a score to settle with Johnny Lawless myself, you see. He left me out in the limb with that body snatch. If I can pin the killing on him, I got a story for the cops. Now, show how smart you are. Shoot me.
I fully intend to.
Now, look.
Well, hold it, Sally.
Hello, Johnny.
Hey, you can do it yourself, Johnny. I was going to do it for you, but you can do it
I don't get it.
He's trying to pin that murder on you, Johnny.
Like you pinned that old hit and run on me?
It's not the same, Johnny. Joe's killing is worth life if you're lucky.
I never had much luck.
Let him have it, Johnny. What have you got to lose? Well, you want me to?
No. Step back, Sally. Okay. He dead?
Yeah. You planned it different, didn't you, Johnny?
Yeah, but I might as well get two for the price of one. Yeah, I planned it different, but I don't seem to care anymore.
Well, then you won't need that.
Huh?
Sorry, Johnny. By the way, I'd like to thank you for keeping me in the clear.
How come?
That phone call you made the homicide using my name. Without that, I might be going up with you.
How'd you figure it?
Nobody but you had anything to gain by making that body seem to disappear. You knew I wouldn't check with the police till I'd made a try at locating it on my own. You knew I'd use the disappearance as a handle to shake what I could out of Sally and Virginia. You knew they'd suspect each other because I had you alibied at the time of the body snatch, and that would start them screaming accusations at each other.
Did they say enough to send them up?
Yeah, I don't know how much will stick, but enough.
They both admit Joe did that hit-and-run job I was sent up for?
He and Virginia together.
So she was with him. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have wanted to know that. Now it sounds good.
I didn't think it really sounded good to you. I was sorry to hear it myself, and after all, I'd only danced the bambuco with a mouse. I'm sorry things turned out the way they did, and it's a little late to be making with the advice, but, well, you know, the best laid plans of mice and men gang after glade.
What?
And as you say, what chance has a man got without a regular racket? Period. End of report.
Well, heavens to Betsy.
Oh.
How can you be so sympathetic with a girl who did all those terrible things?
Oh, I know, F. I know. It's a silly dance, but she looked cute while she was doing it.
I don't mean the dance.
You mean the best laid plans?
What does that mean, Sam? That gang aft to glade?
I'll give you a hint, sweetheart. It's something you never need worry about.
No.
Here's why, men. Here's why Wild Root Cream Oil is again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally without giving it that plastered down look. Wild Root Cream Oil relieves annoying dryness and removes that loose, ugly dandruff. So if you're not using it now, or if you're not using any hair tonic, get Wild Root Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter in the new 25-cent Get Acquainted size bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. My, terribly confusing.
I sensed that somehow.
Who was that hit-and-run victim?
Well, they named that dance after him, George L. Bambuco.
I don't believe it. Sam, what does it mean? What does it mean? You know.
Gang after glay? Snafu.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Dialects yet. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dow. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin with score composed by Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
50,000 Americans die from tuberculosis every year. Yet tuberculosis is curable. The disease can be wiped out. The secret is discover it in its early stages. Why not be sure you and your family don't have tuberculosis by getting a chest X-ray right away? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.